some of the same Democrats who opposed accepting results in elections past. Democrats have objected to certifying every Republican victory of the 21st century. In 2000, 2004, and in 2016, Democrats objected every time. When they objected, it was patriotic. But when Republicans do it, we're inciting a mob. We're liars and we're traitors. This is the double standard we should expect under total Democrat control. They've called for unrest in the streets. They've called for harassing cabinet officials. They've objected to certifying election results time and time again. Even the Judiciary Chairman secured clemency for a domestic terrorist who detonated a bomb right here in this building. But we're the extremists? I don't think so. We've been silenced by big tech on social media, by corporate America, and now the other side wants to silence us on the House floor. This is a sad day in America. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
The gentleman's time's expired.
If you're anti-violence, then convict the president.
Thank you.
It's really simple.
From New York is
You can't call the other side hypocrites if you're being a hypocrite.
30 seconds to a new member of the House and a new member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Bush.
The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, St. Louis and I rise in support of the article of impeachment against Donald J. Trump. If we fail to remove a white supremacist president who incited a white supremacist insurrection, it's communities like Missouri's 1st District that suffer the most. The 117th Congress must understand that we have a mandate to legislate in defense of black lives. The first step in that process is to root out white supremacy, starting with impeaching the white supremacist in chief. Thank you, and I yield back.
And from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio seeks recognition.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Jackson.
Ali Alexander was one of the organizers of the entire thing. He's not white.
Madam Speaker,
a lot of them are white supremacists, but it wasn't a white supremacist march.
Let me be clear. What happened last Wednesday was a stain on our nation, and the criminals and the rioters responsible should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. It is clear now more than ever that our country needs to come together, and this Congress, needs to lead by example and begin the process of healing the deep division that exists among us as Americans. The articles before us today will not accomplish that. In fact, the sham articles of impeachment will only serve to further
this is the former doctor of the president who said he weighed 235.
The radical left's appetite for division. We should be focusing
this is a doctor
on
who doesn't have a mask that fits.
Devastated by lockdown,
a doctor.
Working on America's vaccine rollout, aiding a bipartisan investigation into these attacks, and ensuring election integrity. Not impeaching a president who has promised a peaceful transition and who has less than 7 days left in office. It is time to focus on the unprecedented challenges we face, and it's time to focus on unity. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose these articles of impeachment, and I yield back my time. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Clark.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to support H.Res. 24, the article of impeachment against Donald Trump for high crimes and misdemeanors for a second time. Let us be very clear. What took place on January 6, 2021 was an act of domestic terrorism by right-wing, sycophantic white supremacists promoted, instigated, and advanced by the man in the White House, Donald Trump. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "The ultimate weakness of violence is that it is a descending spiral, begetting the very thing it sets to destroy. Instead of diminishing evil, it multiplies it."
Time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My father once said to me, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. In the short time I've served in this body, one thing is clear. This is not a serious place. Last year, we watched as the other side delayed COVID relief for months to inflict maximum pain and sway the outcome of the election. The Speaker said as much.
You didn't vote for COVID relief. Remember the HEROES Act? You didn't vote for it.
Political retribution on their opponents. My friends on the other side now have complete control of both houses of Congress, and in a few days they will control the entire executive branch as well. Madam Speaker, Joe Biden has talked about unity and healing. Is that what this is today? Is accusing Republican lawmakers of sedition and calling for their expulsion the plan for healing? Is working with Silicon Valley to digitally disappear those with whom they disagree with the plan for reconciliation? I was among the first to condemn the riots in Madison months ago, and I condemn what happened last week. But where were the swift accusations of incitement and insurrection from the other side last year? Is today's political theater a preview of what the American people can expect from single-party rule? 2 years of double standards and punishing those who voted for someone else?
I don't know.
Madam Speaker, I hope Mr. Biden is watching today, and he will rise to the moment and call off this effort to
He has a job to do.
Of millions of Americans. It is now time for all of us, Democrats and Republicans alike, to turn down the temperature. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The
Screw
gentleman from Ohio
justice,
wishes
say
to
the
reserve.
Republicans.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Screw
Speaker,
consequences. Screw personal
The
responsibility.
gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, it would be an error to suppose that men and women can be courageous every day. It would be unfair to anticipate that I or any member of this body could be a lion every day. No one is expected to be a lion day after day after day.
Oh, Jim Jordan, he's a lion every day.
Required.
The gentleman yields back his time.
That's
the
a
gentleman
dad joke.
from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. After President Trump was not impeached, Susan Collins said he's learned a pretty big lesson. He was impeached. Then he brought his It Will Be Wild, riotous television show that he produced for one person, individual one. Intelligence reports indicate that the people he said he loves and are special are going to attack this city and attack this Capitol next week. He has not asked them not to do it. He has not told them to stand down. I most fear January 20, because I think he will try to go out with a bang and take attention away from Joe Biden.
The gentleman's time has expired, and there will be order in the House. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, statement from the President. I urge that there must be no violence, no lawbreaking, no vandalism of any kind. This is not what I stand for. It is not what America stands for. I call on all Americans to help ease tensions and calm down. Just put out that statement by the President of the United States. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the President for his words. Above the entrance to the House of Representatives is a sculpture called the Apotheosis of Democracy. It depicts allegorical peace, dressed in armor and protecting the genius of America. Last week, that peace was tragically torn apart as our U.S. Capitol was invaded for the first time since the War of 1812. A violent mob, including many with the most hostile of intentions, broke past security barriers and unleashed destruction and chaos throughout the Capitol. When it was over, 6 individuals were dead, including 2 Capitol Police officers. I've always supported the rights of citizens to peaceably assemble, but those who breached the Capitol and assaulted and killed Capitol Police should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. If their intent was to stop the constitutional requirement of this body to count electoral votes, they should be charged and prosecuted for insurrection against the government. But we are a nation of laws, not of men, and the legal standard for incitement to violence has not been met.
It has.
Now, a week since the riots threatened the People's House, and a week until a new president takes office, we are rushing through an impeachment without all of the facts and evidence and without due process. We don't know what kind of information the offenders have, what evidence will come out during their trials, whether it bolsters the majority's claims or the minority's views, or whether it implicates other individuals, groups, or other officials in the attack on this hallowed institution. We just don't know. And that's why we must treat the power of impeachment and our responsibility as holders of this power with the seriousness and solemnity it deserves. Let us gather the evidence. Let us hear it in judiciary. Make an informed decision together. This action will only further fuel the political divide among our citizens and will be detrimental to the long-term effects to unify.
We're not expecting you to start hugging everybody on the other side. It wasn't going to happen anyway.
Both
This
President
is
Trump
not
and
how
President
any
Biden
of
have
this
called for a
works.
peaceful transition of power. I
We
humbly
were
beseech
all
my
set to
colleagues
vote with the
work toward this
Democrats
end to
for
unify our
all the
country and not
socialism.
go down this dangerous path.
And,
Yield
but
back.
now,
The gentleman
now
in
we
fact,
just
this time
we
the
feel
gentleman
hurt.
from
We feel
Ohio
betrayed.
wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, January 6th was a horrific day for our country, for our democracy. The Capitol was breached, the blood of a defender spilled, all because of a lie that the elections were stolen, a lie that has infected this nation as perniciously as the pandemic. President Trump is the source of that lie. He has perverted and betrayed his oath to defend the Constitution, attacking the foundation of our democracy by inciting his supporters to violence. He is not fit to serve and is a danger to our country while he does. I, too, pledge to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
I don't feel exhausted.
I will hold that office. I will vote to
expired.
impeach President Trump. I urge my colleagues to do the same.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
What did the Speaker know, and what did other legislative leaders know, and when did they know it? Maybe that's a rush to impeach the president, because so we'll never know what legislative leaders here knew. The FBI knew about a number of individuals that were planning a war on the Capitol, including killing police officers, and they shared the information, but nothing happened. The chief federal prosecutor in Washington stated he is pursuing conspiracy charges. The fact that IEDs were constructed in place informs me that there was pre-planning for portions of the tragic events last week. How does the president incite an attack that was pre-planned and already underway before his speech concluded? Now, I know my colleagues on the left want America to believe that the president incited a spontaneous riot,
and it was
that
going to
they'd
be
like to call
wild,
an
and to
insurrection.
please come here
But
on
the
this
facts are
specific
stubborn
date.
things, even if you choose to ignore them. The truth is the multiple lawless and violent events last summer, including months-long siege of a federal courthouse, burning, looting, physical violence in so-called sanctuary cities, more closely fits the definition of insurrection
The gentleman's
than
time has
anything the
expired.
president said last week.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 30 seconds.
I thank my friend. The American people are asking, is there any depravity too low? Is there any outrage too far? Is there any blood and violence too much to turn hearts and minds in this body? Instead of the usual justification, rationalization, and enabling and false equivalence we have to hear. This is a moment of truth, my friends. Are you on the side of chaos and the mob, or on the side of constitutional democracy and our freedom? It's that simple. That's what this vote for impeachment represents. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, could I inquire how much time each side has?
Yes, you may. The gentleman from Ohio has 25 minutes remaining.
21?
The gentleman has 25 minutes
thank
remaining.
you.
The gentleman from New York has 31 1/4 remaining. The gentleman from Ohio.
We would reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, last week I stood in that gallery to defend this chamber against a violent mob called here by Donald Trump. I have dedicated my life to the defense of our nation, and Donald Trump is a risk to all that I love. Some of my Republican colleagues are afraid of the consequences of an impeachment vote, but this Congress sends our young men and women to war every day. I'm not asking you to storm the beaches of Normandy, but only show a fraction of the courage we ask of our troops every day. Leadership is hard. It's time to impeach.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio.
We would reserve.
Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard a few minutes ago that there had been no hearings. Well, I have heard from the people of the 7th District of Illinois. They have told me what to do. They have said, impeach this president, impeach this president, and do it now. I will follow their instructions and vote yes to impeach this president, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, we continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On January 6th, terrorists attacked the United States of America. It was an attempted coup and an insurrection, but what I hope Americans understand is that it was a terrorist attack against our country. Those who came and participated must be found and prosecuted. Those who aided and abetted must be found and prosecuted. And the man who incited it, President Donald J. Trump, our greatest national security threat, must be impeached, held accountable, and never be allowed to hold office again. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Escher.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, future generations are not going to know the names of each member in the chamber today and voting, but they will know what we did and why. We must impeach the president because he incited a mob that attacked the Capitol of the United States, the tabernacle of our democracy. He is incapable of honoring his oath and our Constitution, and he has proven to be unfit and dangerous. I will vote to impeach this traitor to our country.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio
Reserve.
reserves his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds. The distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, today I cast my vote for the second time to impeach Donald J. Trump. He is unfit to hold office. He summons and dispatches mob to kidnap and hurt many of us. He is unfit to hold office. He summons and dispatches mob to assassinate Vice President Pence, to assassinate Speaker Pelosi. He is unfit to hold office. He summons and dispatches a mob that waved the racist Confederate flag and assaulted this Capitol, resulting in the death of 5 Americans, including 2 Capitol police officers. He is unfit to hold office.
The gentleman's time has expired.
We must
The gentleman's time
now.
has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York.
No. Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in the strongest possible support for the impeachment of Donald J. Trump. When Trump made a last desperate attempt to steal the presidency, to reject the will of the people by encouraging insurrection, he became the first president to incite an attempted overthrow of the institutions he is sworn to protect. That is a horrifying first, and his actions necessitate another. He should be the first president impeached and removed from office in the history of our country. I voted to impeach him once, and I'm ready to do it again. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
One more, and then we'll go to you. Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, this president took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. Instead, he has chosen to betray and attack our sacred democracy. This president violated his oath. He abused the power of his office, attempted to betray the will of the American people, and incited insurrection against this very House. During the last impeachment trial, I reminded all Americans that democracy is a gift that each generation gives to the next. We must do all to protect it. For our children and our future, we must impeach him. Thank you.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe.
The gentleman's yielding 2 minutes, is that correct?
2 minutes.
2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For 3 years, Democratic members of this body and the mainstream media lied to the American people that the Trump campaign colluded and conspired with Russia. For years, after an exhaustive investigation, it was found that there was no evidence that the Trump campaign colluded with Russia. Should Democratic members of this body resign for lying to the American people repeatedly and sowing division and dissension all across America? And it was all a lie. You have brought one article of impeachment to the floor, and your one allegation alleges, and I quote, Donald John Trump engaged in high crimes and misdemeanors by inciting violence against the government of the United States. True. In D.C., it's a crime to, quote, intentionally or recklessly act in such a manner to cause another person to be in reasonable fear and to incite or provoke violence when there's a likelihood that such violence will ensue. There was no language in the president's speech that incited or provoked violence. In fact, at around the 18-minute mark, he stated, and quote, peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
And then he said, go fight like hell.
Violence because he believes there was election fraud. That's his opinion. And he's entitled to that opinion, just like all of you were entitled to your false and fraudulent opinion that the Trump campaign colluded with Russia. The legal elements of incitement are based on the Supreme Court case Brandenburg v. Ohio, in which the Supreme Court set the standard for speech that could be prosecuted without violating the First Amendment. Brandenburg's speech called for violence against groups of Americans, and the court found that Brandenburg's comments were not directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action. The court found that it was protected speech, and he was calling for violence. That's the current law of the land. The president didn't even mention violence last Wednesday, much less provoke or incite it. There was no crime committed, and therefore no basis for impeachment, as you need a high crime or misdemeanor for a basis. You have created a mockery out of the impeachment process, and I urge all my colleagues to stand against it and fight the latest fraud being perpetrated against the American people by the radical left.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
Yes.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Hurstford.
The gentleman from Nevada.
So here's the deal on Brandenburg versus Ohio. The court said there are two things that have to be present in order for it to be a violation, that free speech is not protecting you. Number one, it can be prohibitive. It is directing or inciting or producing imminent lawless action. Go down there and fight like hell. Number two, is it likely to incite or produce such action? These people were an army for Trump. Literally, go to armyfortrump.com. That's what they call them. These are patriots who were there, who traveled miles to serve the president. So no, Brandenburg versus Ohio has absolutely nothing to do with the reality of the situation here.
His time. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
You're from Ohio, Jim. You should know this.
To reserve.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, last evening an 11-year-old girl joined our telephone town hall. Her question shook me to my core. She was worried about the future.
And the Supreme Court didn't say that the guy was innocent. It struck down the law because the Ohio law was just too vague.
Endangered this nation. He has betrayed his oath. I do this now for all of us, for our Constitution and for this republic. I do this to tell the world that this great democracy will stand and no one is above the law. And I do this for our future generations. I urge us all to unite and to vote yes on impeachment. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, history is watching and saving the receipts. Today, my colleagues across the aisle must choose which side of a very bright line they want to be recorded on for all time. On one side, lies, sedition, inciting and supporting insurrection, and domestic terrorism. The other side, your oath of office, the Constitution, democracy, decency. There is no middle ground. Today we make history forever. So choose well. A vote to impeach Donald Trump means years from now you can look your grandchildren in the eye and say, I did the right thing.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We've reserved, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, the response to political violence must always be accountability. Without accountability, more violence will follow. I learned that working at the United Nations and the State Department in conflict settings around the world, and the United States Congress is now a conflict setting. A violent mob threatened our lives in this chamber and almost succeeded, incited by the president who broadcasted lies about the outcome of our election.
Broadcast.
We must hold this president accountable. It's the only way to protect our democracy. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, and now you
they may have no more speakers. The Republicans may have no more speaker, or they may be saving their
time. The gentleman
time
from Georgia is recognized for 30
closing.
seconds.
Thank you, Madam
likely
Speaker.
Jim Jordan.
I'm certain that every member of Congress would say that if they had been in Congress when John Lewis walked across that Edmund Pettus Bridge and the Civil Rights Act was passed, that they would have stood on the right side of history. Well, Madam Speaker, today we're going to see exactly what side of history you all are going to be on. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Cawthorn.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today represents a unique opportunity in our nation's history. An opportunity to put America first, to put her people first. Today is a moment for members of Congress to put aside partisan politicking and place people over power.
Right.
I urge my colleagues to vote against
Trump.
this divisive impeachment and realize that dividing America will not save this republic. I urge my colleagues to not simply vote for what feels good.
Save the republic.
Of course,
what are you
it feels
talking
good
about?
for the Democrats to have a united constituency for a few more days. But I was elected to come here and vote for things that actually do good, to bring much needed help to the American people. I am willing to take the first step and extend my hand across the aisle to say, vote against impeachment. Vote in favor of a unified nation. And
How is that extending your hand across the aisle?
With you.
I'm willing to extend my fist across the aisle and say, vote against impeachment.
I urge that we all vote.
Who is this clown? He's a good one. He's going to be fun for the next 2 years.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Now you have 30 seconds to a new member of the House and a new member of the Judiciary Committee. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the impeachment of Donald J. Trump, the disgraced, defeated President of the United States. There must be consequences for last week's treason and sedition. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Donald Trumps in today's Republican Party aim to run for higher office, and we must send a message that no one in the United States of America is above the law. The world is watching, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I like him.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The
He's
gentleman
not big
from
on
New York.
facts, but I like him.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, 1 week ago, the President of the United States incited a deadly attack on the United States Capitol while a couple of dozen members of this House and I covered ourselves in that gallery away from the Trump mob. 5 dead, including Capitol Police. If inciting an insurrection does not warrant impeachment, nothing does. I took an oath to uphold the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, today I vote to uphold my oath.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve his time. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
What are you talking about, Producer Joanna? Why do you have?
Excuse
why
me,
are you
Madam Speaker,
waiting for a tow
1 minute
truck?
to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to strongly object to the articles of impeachment proposed against President Trump, which make the preposterous claim that President Trump wanted or expected the riots that took place last week. He clearly said he wanted peaceful and patriotic demonstration. He did say he wanted people to fight like hell or we're not going to have a country anymore, but that's obviously standard hyperbole and was not meant to aim at physical fights.
But his mob didn't understand that because they obeyed that order. Those are his people. They were carrying flags that said his name.
As the tens of millions of people they represent. You don't understand why they were here. They're scared to death we're going to go back to the days without Donald Trump of hundreds of thousands of people crossing this border every month. They're scared to death nobody's going to keep our manufacturing here. They're scared to death that nobody else will fight the cancel culture as we head towards an era when some things can't be said. They're scared to death that a majority party got here by teaming up with Black Lives Matter, a bunch of founded by Marxists and that dislike the family.
The gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
Reserve.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker,
Hi, Marcy
I rise
Dory.
today determined to fulfill our sacred oath to protect and defend the Constitution from all enemies.
This is a good day. President Trump getting impeached again.
Last week's violent insurrection on the Capitol is a stain on our democracy. A riotous mob, incited by the president, stormed these very halls, beat and murdered police officers, planted pipe bombs, and left our nation shocked and in mourning. The president's rhetoric, actions, and refusal to accept responsibilities are an imminent threat to our nation. I vote to impeach the president. I urge my colleagues to do the
gentleman's
same.
time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from
How many Republicans are going to vote to
reserve.
impeach? That's the question.
Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
There's no reason that they should.
Speaker, I now yield 30
They don't
seconds
have to.
the
They're
gentleman
irrelevant.
from Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurthy.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, my parents brought me as an infant to America because they knew it's the land of democracy.
Did he say insect?
It's the beacon of hope for all the world. We called it the American dream.
I'm sure he didn't, but that's...
When Donald Trump told rioters to go to the Capitol and, quote unquote, fight like hell, he incited an attack on the Capitol and the ideals comprising the American dream.
I like his
I'm
mask.
voting for impeachment because
Staying
I know
up there
we're
with that
still
band.
the country my parents believed in, and I will fight like hell for it. I yield back.
Wow, no,
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Okay, so he's going to be
Madam
on
Speaker, I
Henry.
now yield 30 seconds to
Over
the gentlelady
and
from
over
Michigan,
and
Ms. Lawrence.
over
The
and
gentlewoman from
over
Michigan is
and
recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Chair, on Wednesday the 6th, Democrats and Republicans hid on the floor, put on gas masks, and was ushered out of this room. We in this country cannot begin healing in unity without accountability and justice. The President of the United States incited a violent insurrection against Congress, you, me, and the Vice President of the United States. This cannot be ignored. Impeach now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Lee.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, on January 6th, Donald Trump incited his white nationalist supporters to initiate an attempted coup against the heart of our democracy, the United States Capitol. This heinous act of domestic terrorism demands that Congress act to remove this president. Donald Trump has been and remains a threat to our national security and our democracy, and wholly unfit to serve as president. He and his supporters must be held accountable for inciting violence against the government of the United States. Congress must act immediately to remove this clear and present danger to our
has
country.
expired.
It's time to impeach Donald Trump
The
again.
gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Taylor Greene.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I am against the impeachment effort by the Democrats. President Trump has held over 600 rallies in the last 4 years. None of them included assaulting police, destroying businesses, or burning down cities. Democrats have spent all this time endorsing and enabling violent riots that left billions in property damage and 47 dead across the United States. Democrats are on record supporting violence when it serves their cause, in their own words, on social media, on interviews, and on fundraising platforms Act Blue. Democrats support defunding the police when it's someone else's city, someone else's home, and someone else's business. Democrats will take away everyone's guns just as long as they have guards with guns. Democrats' impeachment of President Trump today has now set the standard that they should be removed for their support of violence against the American people. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, for 2 months, Donald Trump used the biggest megaphone in the world to organize a campaign of outright lies to overturn a free and fair election. On January 6th, he summoned and incited a mob of domestic terrorists to fight like hell and sent them to ransack this Capitol in order to prevent us from formalizing his election loss. It was a grotesque orgy of deadly white supremacism, anti-Semitism, and strongman rule. Today, we will do our duty and vote to remove the author of this horrifying chapter and banish him from public service. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, can I inquire on the time again?
The gentleman from Ohio has 20 minutes remaining. And the gentleman from New York has 21 3/4 minutes remaining.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Levin.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, what each of us chooses to do today, whether we vote to hold this president to account or look the other way, will we be remembered by history, by our children and their children. The facts are clear. The evidence of Trump's insurrection overwhelming. History calls on us to do what's right rather than just politically expedient. Let us look back on this day with honor, not disgrace, knowing we were up to the oath we all took. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. Luria.
The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the perpetrators of this heinous attack on our nation's democracy were Americans, encouraged and emboldened by President Trump because he could not accept the outcome of a free and fair election. His actions are seditious, and the president has proven that he is not fit to serve. History will look back on this moment to see who stood strong in support of American democracy. As my colleagues have said, we must come together, but our nation cannot begin to heal until there is accountability.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
For the atrocity.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
The gentleman from Georgia, is it?
Yeah, the gentleman from Georgia,
1
minute.
is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the effort to impeach President Trump. This course of action will only increase dissent and disunity across our country, and it flies in the face of all efforts to heal our nation. Quite simply, it is a shameful final act of political retribution, retribution this president has weathered since day one. I have no doubt that those who breached the Capitol will have due process and their day in court. However, there will be no investigation in the People's House into whether the allegation against the president meets the criteria for a crime worthy of impeachment. No evidence was presented. No witness testified. No cross-examination was conducted. No
you
due
were
process
there.
was afforded. And that
you
sets
were
an
in the
extremely
room.
dangerous precedents for the future.
There's
if
your
my
evidence.
Democratic
Right here.
colleagues were
Right
serious
there.
in their efforts to get to the truth,
One here.
they would convene the House Judiciary Committee and investigate, but they are not. And so I am proud to stand before you today to defend our president from the injustices my Democratic colleagues are so giddy to pursue. I oppose this effort to impeach the president and ask all members of the House to do the same. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath.
The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise with a heavy heart for what our nation has endured. All those who've incited an attack on these halls of freedom must never forget that in every generation, Americans of all colors and creeds have laid down their lives in the struggles against tyranny, the fight against fascism, and the defense against those who would betray the values upon which this nation was founded. It is our duty to shoulder that defense of our democracy here today. The President's actions have laid bare his contempt for our Constitution, and he must be removed.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to
We reserve.
reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
The armed insurrectionists that stormed the Capitol did not emerge out of a vacuum. They were lied to by Republican senators and Republican congressmen and women. But they were incited to violence by one man above all else, Donald J. Trump, who tried to be the ultimate ruler of our democracy. The world is watching. Our allies are watching, and our adversaries are watching. And we must show them that no one will rule this country and be above the law. The cameras of history are rolling. We must act. We must impeach Donald J. Trump to show the world that we will stand for right.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Utah.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last Wednesday, on my third day, I realized that I can make hard and seemingly unpopular decisions. Voting to strip Electoral College votes from states is a dangerous precedent, set by Democrats many years ago, perpetuated by my party as well. I heard nothing in those debates that justified such a high bar. A rushed impeachment will set a similar precedent without a single hearing or investigation.
Impeachment has no timeline.
I simply cannot
Impeachment
reach
is
the high bar of
designed
impeachment.
to be quick.
To my district,
that's what's
I
in the
commit
Constitution.
To constantly being objective in all of my decision making, and as I abandon the remainder of my remarks, as I listen to this debate, it's no wonder our nation is divided. We are on an absolute race to the bottom. And
Guy kills people. You guys are all like, hey, flowers, everybody.
I commit to doing better, and I hope that we all can dig in and find a way.
Okay, you're done.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Beatty.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. Domestic terrorists attacked our democracy, urged on by a sitting president. These insurrectionists believe Donald Trump's lies about the stolen election. They obeyed his call to attack. They literally carried his banner while storming the Capitol. Last week's insurrection was shocking and tragic. It was a culmination of 4 years of assaults on our democracy. We must impeach this president, and the Congressional Black Caucus stands ready to join in a bipartisan message to the likes of Donald Trump.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore.
The gentlewoman from Wisconsin is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, the president radicalized
I thought she had a camera around her neck.
And as his
I thought that was like a giant
president
GoPro.
fled from a lynch mob, the speaker cowered while people died. He watched with glee. That is why, even though it's only 7 days before the end of his term, we have the fierce urgency of now. 7 days is too long for him to be in power. He could declassify state secrets. He could monetize national secrets to foreign adversaries, and he could even pardon.
The time has expired.
The person.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise with great sorrow to oppose this second attempt at a baseless impeachment from my Democrat colleagues. This week's attack on the U.S. Capitol was completely unacceptable, and the people involved should be met with swift accountability. The president didn't incite a riot. The president didn't lead an insurrection, and there are no high crimes and misdemeanors requisite of an impeachment. I'm not saying the president didn't exercise poor judgment, but to criminalize political speech by blaming lawless acts on the president's rhetoric
then what
wrong,
was the
Madam
poor
Speaker,
judgment,
and a
Jody?
very dangerous precedent. The criminals who stormed the Capitol that day acted on their own volition. They are responsible for their actions.
They were
This is an
carrying
important
Trump
moment, Madam
flags.
Speaker, for our nation. We have the opportunity to come together and do what's right for our country.
This is insanity.
The votes are certified. President Trump has conceded. Let's focus on the future and get back to the people's business. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. Yes. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Newman.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to speak today. So today I stand with this body to impeach this president. I agree with my Democratic colleagues. I also agree with my Republican colleagues. Let's unite. Let's unite to address this pandemic and start by simply wearing a mask. Let's unite to bring back the economy and start by putting $2,000 checks in people's pockets. And let's unite to hold these domestic terrorists accountable and impeach this president. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, how much time do I have, please?
The gentleman from New York has 18 and 1/4 minute, and the gentleman from Ohio, 17 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much. I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today at a time of historical concern. Last week on this very House floor, an attack on democracy, that symbol. But it was an attack from within. This very floor, let's be clear, cause and effect. Rally at the White House, march down Pennsylvania Avenue, a parade in reverse, and an attack to this chamber. A police officer was killed. And what I hear is time to heal. He's not even buried yet. It's clear and present danger. No one is above the law. Not the president if he has 4 years or 4 days. We must do the right thing for all Americans because he must be held accountable. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is
Thank you, Madam
recognized.
Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Spartz.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate a variety of opinions, but any accusations must go through the proper due process, whether it's election fraud or an impeachable offense. And someone who did not support the objection to certification last week, I will not support this political charade today. The rule of law and due process is vital to what our constitutional republic
This is
stands for.
extrajudicial.
Congress should
This is
stop
just
playing
charging.
divisive politics and start working on delivering real good policies for the American people. I yield back.
The jury
gentlewoman
is down
yields
at the
back.
other
The
end of the
gentleman
building.
from
The
Ohio
building
reserves
that was
his time. The
filled
gentleman
by
from
his
New York is
supporters
recognized.
trying to kill you.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr.
The gentleman
Panetta.
from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
A week ago was the culmination of carnage caused to our country by this president. 4 years ago, he said he would stop such devastation. Instead, the president has continued to debase our democracy with assaults on our elections and incitement at the ellipse and the battery at our Capitol. American exceptionalism is not guaranteed. We must always work to grow it, and that includes our work today to hold President Trump accountable. American carnage started with this president. A vote for impeachment will stop it for our posterity. I yield
The
back.
gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The U.S. Capitol has not been breached for over 200 years since the War of 1812. That is, until last week, when it wasn't another country that attacked us, but our own president. President Donald Trump asked his supporters to march on the Capitol, inciting domestic terrorism that cost 5 lives, including a Capitol police officer. And we all know, whether you say it aloud or not, Donald Trump is responsible for inciting the attacks in our democracy, that he should have been the one person protecting it the most. And for that, he is unfit to be president, and we must impeach him.
The gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is yielded 90 seconds.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio. The President of the United States deserves universal condemnation for what was clearly, in my opinion, impeachable conduct, pressuring the Vice President to violate his oath of the Constitution to count the electors. His open and public pressure, courageously rejected by the Vice President, purposely seeded the false belief among the President's supporters, including those assembled on January 6th, that there was a legal path with the President. It was foreseeable and reckless to sow such a false belief that could lead to violence and rioting by loyal supporters whipped into a frenzy. Unfortunately, my Democratic colleagues drafted articles that I believe are flawed and unsupportable, focusing on the legal terms of incitement and insurrection. Even noting impeachment does not require meeting a certain legal standard, that danger for open speech and debate in this body and for the Republic is high if the House approves the articles as written. The language will be used to target members of this body under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. It will be used to suggest that any statements we make are subject to review by our colleagues and send us down the perilous path of cleansing political speech in the public square. We must end this. Let us condemn that which must be condemned and do so loudly.
President
but let
Trump.
us do it the right way, with deliberation and without disastrous side effects. We must end tearing apart our nation by social media and sound bites. Let us stop. Let us debate. Let us sit down and lead this nation together. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the
Chip is one of those Republicans that sidestepped the
The
magnanimity.
gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
The metal detector.
Madam Speaker, this vote is not about one man, one party, or even one day. It's about protecting our nation, preserving democracy, and the rule of law. The facts are clear and undisputed. President Trump used a litany of lies about a stolen election and willfully incited an armed insurrection with the intent of stopping the peaceful transfer of power. He attacked not just the Capitol, not just Congress, he even attacked democracy itself. That's why he must be impeached.
The gentlewoman's time is
and I
expired.
yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Price.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Chairman, the President has engaged in conduct that is criminal, impeachable, and profoundly threatening to our democracy. He pressed state officials and members of this body to overturn an illegitimate election and to keep him in power. and he then invited and activated a violent mob to invade the Capitol and achieve his desired result by insurrection. If that is not impeachable conduct, I don't know what is. The President must be removed from office immediately and never allowed to hold office again. Our democracy
The gentleman's
requires
time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last summer, the Antifa and BLM riots swept all over our country.
Oh.
Cities were burnt, businesses destroyed, and lives violently stolen. And it wasn't just for an afternoon like those horrible hours we had on January 6th, but rather they went on for weeks and in some cases even months. So if there's any silver lining in this dark cloud, it's that our friends from across the aisle have come to realize that riots are bad.
Yeah,
We conservatives
everybody knew
have known
that.
this all along. This snap impeachment is
Protests
a sham, and
are
it
fine.
didn't go through the
Peaceful
Judiciary Committee.
protests,
It's not even about
fine.
the president's actual words, but it's about how our Democratic colleagues want to interpret his words and fashion a particular meaning to them. Now, this is just political grandstanding at its worst. The American people desperately want us to move on and tackle the issues and find solutions to them forthwith. Madam Speaker, let's end this obsession and charade, and let's get to work. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, now we hear talk of the president's notion of a peaceful transfer of power, which apparently means what? Minimal casualties? Now we hear talk of healing after the criminal acts are completed. Never as a criminal defense attorney did I say, Judge, yeah, my guy completed the armed robbery, but let's heal now. No, there was accountability. There was accountability then, there should be accountability now, and there should be impeachment now. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve, Madam
The
Speaker.
gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from North Carolina, a new member of the committee, Ms. Ross.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the article of impeachment. The President's responsibility for the violence and insurrection that occurred last Wednesday cannot go unanswered. The President has had multiple opportunities to modify his behavior to bring this country together. Instead, he uses his power to further divide us. He is unrepentant. Congress must act for the good of this country. Madam Speaker, I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I stand today in support of President Trump and against this sham impeachment proceeding with literally 1 week, 7 days remaining in his term. This is merely the culmination of a 4-year effort to overturn the will of the people and the results for the 2016 election. This is simply a political action intended to tarnish the legacy of a highly successful president who led us to an incredible
You're
economy,
in Congress.
Energy
That's
independence,
political.
reduction of taxes for millions, regulatory relief for businesses.
Does he not
renewed
know
peace
that?
in the
Dude,
Middle
pull
East,
up your
and
mask.
stronger border
Pull
security.
up the mask.
This action will only serve to further offend the 75 million people who voted for President Trump and further deepen the division within our nation as we try to move forward with a peaceful transition of power. However, the Democrat majority has determined he's already guilty, and there's no need of a trial, and they therefore move forward quickly with this phony
They're the
impeachment charge.
victims.
Today,
So are
I'm joining
you.
my Republican colleagues in standing against this further effort to divide our nation. Thank you, and I yield back.
And yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the impeachment. It's very simple. What we saw on January 6th was a person, the President of the United States, incite a crowd to come and attack the crowd, the Capitol. We have to make sure that we stand up for democracy. If we don't do this, then what are we going to stand for? We stand for democracy, we stand for American values, and I stand for the impeachment of Donald Trump. I yield back the balance of my
The
time.
gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 30 seconds.
On January 6th, President Trump launched an attack against the United States Capitol. I too urge my colleagues to unite, but to unite in love of country and to hold this president accountable. What unites our country is respect for the rule of law. Without accountability for those who would shatter the rule of law by overturning a presidential election, we cannot take seriously the cries of being a united people. This president remains a serious threat to our country and must be held accountable.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized, and he
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
chooses to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me make everybody aware that on those just sun-bleached bones of history of many great nations are written those pathetic words, too late. They moved too late to save their great nations. Let us not this day move too late to save our great nation.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today for two reasons. One, to voice my strong opposition for the impeachment of this president with 7 days left. I also want to voice my support for the strong police department. Many of you want to defund. Where was your cries to defund when you were leaving this office, this very room, on the 6th? Height of hypocrisy. I yield back.
We shouldn't defund the guy who started all this. But what about you guys?
To address your remarks to the chair.
No, Cruz is in the Senate.
The gentleman from
This is the House.
Ohio wishes to reserve.
We do, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Ironic. An administration begins by building an unnecessary wall on our southern border. It ends by making necessary a new wall around this Capitol. I introduced articles of impeachment in July of 2017 with one co-sponsor, Al Green, and again in January of 2019. And on Monday night, I joined with so many of us in introducing these articles. I've introduced articles of impeachment in the 115th, 116th, and 117th Congress because Donald Trump has continuously posed a danger to this republic.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
No,
Madam
the
Speaker,
Senate doesn't vote. They have to have a trial.
From Florida, Mr.
And it won't happen until
the
the
gentleman
19th.
from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise with a very simple question. On January 6th, thousands broke the law by taking siege of our Capitol here with us inside. Has any one of those individuals who brought violence on this Capitol been brought here to answer whether they did that because of our president?
That they've said it all over social media. Well, is he waiting for an answer? Because there's no one to answer his question. Look at the person behind him. That might be green. I don't even know. I don't know. What? Is he waiting for an answer? Okay. All right. Well, the gentleman's time has expired.
It appears I will receive no answer.
Yeah, because there's nobody to answer
my
you.
time back to the gentleman from Ohio.
The gentleman
Well,
kneels back. The
that was
gentleman
using
from
your time
Ohio
wisely.
Wishes to.
Why
reserve the
don't
time.
we
The
bring the
gentleman from New York
rioters
is
into the room?
I now yield
You know who
30
wouldn't leave
seconds
that
to
much
the
dead air?
gentleman from
Hal
Arizona, Mr.
Sparks.
Stanton.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 30 seconds.
Donald Trump is the first president in the history of this republic to incite a violent insurrection against our own government, against our own people. It is a shocking betrayal of his oath of office and our American values.
How is this
We
even
don't
a
know
question?
yet if the president will face
He
criminal
literally
charges,
attacked
but we do know
them.
he must be held to account. Each one of us in this House took an oath to protect and defend our Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, even if that enemy is the president. We must move forward as a nation from these darkest days, but we can't move forward without accountability.
The gentleman's
We
time
must
has
impeach this
expired.
president. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves, and the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Chair, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Stevens.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Insurrection, a violent mob. A week ago today, 5 people were killed, many injured, and everyone in this building forced to hide for their very life. The president was called for help, but he did not answer our call while our government was being taken over. He failed to lead and therefore proved himself incapable of doing so. Some may say impeachment is political. Some may cry it is divisive. But, Madam Speaker, our obligation to our Constitution is anything
The time's
but.
expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the impeachment of President Donald Trump. The gravity of the moment demands it, and the fate of our republic depends on it. He committed an impeachable offense by inciting a violent and deadly insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. For this, Congress must hold him accountable to preserve our democracy, our Constitution, and the rule of law. He should serve not 1 minute more and be barred forever from public office. He is toxic to our republic and toxic to our democracy. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
So, thank you, Madam Speaker. So Democrats can say, quote, I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country.
Yeah.
While there are uprisings happening around the country. But they impeached the President of the United States for saying peacefully and patriotically, make your voices heard.
No,
Democrats
no,
can
bullshit.
Say,
They're impeaching him for sending people
quote,
to the Capitol,
you know,
which was
there needs to
completely
be
fenced
unrest
off,
in
and
the
they had no
streets.
business being at,
While there
and
is
telling them to
unrest
fight
in the
like hell,
streets.
Jim.
But they're going to impeach the President for
So
saying
you're
peacefully
wrong.
and patriotically, make your voices heard.
The gentleman's
Let's be
term will
consistent,
expire.
all
No, it
of
won't
us.
because it's gerrymandered.
All of us need to be consistent and condemn the violence all the time.
Right.
With that, I yield
So
1
vote
minute to
to
the gentlelady
impeach
from New
Trump.
Mexico.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to these articles of impeachment. Political violence has no place in our constitutional republic, and those who assaulted police officers and forced their way into the Capitol are responsible for their criminal actions. Leaders in both parties have a responsibility to condemn such violence, whether in the halls of Congress or in the streets of America. I don't believe, Madam Speaker, that the American people have an appetite for this. They are expecting us to do the will of them, those who sent us from each state around the nation. Right now, Madam Speaker, we've seen this body impeach once before, trying to do it a second time. 2 wrongs do not make a right.
That
we
sentence
have
just
got
isn't
to
correct.
stand for the American people because we will not get
This
a
is a new
second
body.
chance to get this right the first time. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
We do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to a new member, the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, the dangerous mob that Donald Trump unleashed
on the United States Capitol represents a violent assault on the separation of powers and on the peaceful transfer of power that we have long taken for granted. The impeachment of Donald Trump is not politics but law, not passion but reason, not vengeance but justice. And we as the people's representatives must rise to the challenge of defending democracy in the face of its gravest threat, and we will. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Tran.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I stand before you today in disbelief. Disbelief that after the President incited a violent mob to commit an act of insurrection and remained silent as police officers were assaulted, the Capitol was ransacked, and members of this body fled for their lives, that there are still members of his party who refuse to hold him accountable. It's because of that inaction that there is only one path forward to put an end to this presidency. Donald Trump must be impeached, removed from office, and barred from ever holding the office of the presidency again. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
There you go.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves his time.
Well done.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this resolution because in America, we hold power to account. In America, we do not succumb to violent insurrections incited by a
sometimes I'm a
state.
shark.
In America, we do not turn a blunt eye to high crimes and misdemeanors. No, that is not who we are. So today, as a sworn defender of this nation's Constitution, I will vote in favor of impeaching Donald J. Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could I again inquire the time remaining for each side?
The gentleman has 10 minutes remaining, and the gentleman for New York has 9 3/4 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Malone.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second annual impeachment show extravaganza, brought to you by the censors and left-wing media, the fact-checked ministers of shutdown and big tech, and the Democrat Party. Today, the second annual impeachment of President Trump isn't really about actual words spoken out of rally. No. This is all about, Madam Speaker, the unbridled hatred of this president. You use any extreme language and any process to oppose the core of what he has really fought for. You hate him because he is pro-life, strongest ever. You hate him for fighting for the freedom of our religions to not be persecuted by unfair mandates and limitations on speech. You hate him for not subscribing and shackling us with the religion of climate change and one-sided Paris Accords. You hate him for Israel. You hate him for defending our borders.
You hate him because he lies, and he's an idiot.
What they earn for trying to keep the agents of government off their back. You hate him for putting America first, which is what I thought we do when we swear the oath.
That doesn't mean anything.
No, this shabby show isn't
nothing.
about a threat to our republic. This is the impeachment and muting of at least half of the American
No president has ever put
This is
another
shameful
country
and
ahead of
abuse
America.
the process.
Ever.
The gentleman's time has
It's never
expired.
happened.
The gentleman from New
I yield
York.
the gentleman additional 20 seconds.
The gentleman from Ohio yields you
Madam
another
Speaker,
20 seconds.
He was up all night working on the
Third.
script.
I pray people of all stripes wake up to this spectacle and exercise their rights to put a stop to it through free speech and through fair elections. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the impeachment of President Donald J. Trump for seditious acts against America. To overturn the 2020 presidential election, Trump incited a violent assault on Congress, a treasonous betrayal of our nation. This criminal incitement left us with 5 dead, including a police officer, a desecrated Capitol, and a second constitutional crisis. His acts show contempt for the rule of law, the Constitution, and the foundation of any democracy, a peaceful transition of power. President Trump is a clear and present danger to American lives and democracy, and he leaves us no choice but to immediately remove him from office. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio
Thank you, Madam
is
Speaker.
recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 90 seconds to the gentlelady from Tennessee, Ms. Hirschberger.
The gentlewoman from Tennessee is yielded 90 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge my colleagues to vote against impeachment of our sitting President, Donald J. Trump. You can tell the American people that this is a vote to impeach upon the grounds of inciting violence and insurrection, but the American people see a double standard. They see a standard applied to those on the left who commit violence, and they see a standard to those applied to the right who
Both
commit
are bad.
violence.
Both are very
American
bad.
people see this, and they understand it. I've been here all of 1 week, and what I see instead of lawmakers who are truth seekers, I see lawmakers who are power seekers. And that's never good, never good. What a shame, what a shame. The American people are watching to see how their elected officials respond at this moment in history. Will you vote to mend, or will you vote to further divide this country? I'm urging you to use this opportunity to be the leaders the American people are seeking for such a time as this. God help us as a nation, and I pray that God will keep his hand upon the greatest nation that the world has ever seen. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve his time.
We do,
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, how much time do we have, please?
The gentleman from New York has 9 1/4 minutes. And Ohio has 8 minutes. The gentleman from Ohio, 8 minutes.
Thank you.
Gentleman from New York.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Butterfield.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, President Trump's incitement to violently overturn the results of a free and fair election is an attack on our rule of law. Any president, any member of Congress who obstructs the Electoral College or attacks judges and the court system where there's no evidence to support their contentions undermines the public's trust and confidence in the judicial process. How do my Republican colleagues expect ordinary citizens to respect and trust the courts in civil and criminal matters all across this country? Think about that as you make this decision. Vote
The
yes.
gentleman's
on
time
the
has
article of
expired. The
impeachment.
gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York
Madam
is
Speaker, I yield
recognized.
30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Roybal Allard.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I take no joy in voting to impeach President Trump, but this president has blood on his hands in the wake of this attempted coup. The fact remains no president of the United States is above the law, and this president has sadly violated his oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. As members of Congress who have taken that same pledge, it is our duty to take this action and impeach this unfit and dangerous president. I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
I'm voting to impeach because, as Lincoln said, no grievance is a fit object of redress by mob law. But we must recognize that our hard work begins to address the real grievances and despair in left-behind communities. To be worthy of this capital that we hold sacred, to fix our broken windows and broken communities, let's finally commit to investing trillions in creating good jobs in healthcare, in education, and infrastructure for communities and places that are hurting.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Sewell.
The gentlewoman, Ms. Sewell, is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to support impeachment. I do so with a heavy heart and a lasting and searing memory of being in this gallery, the People's House, right up there, fearing for my life. And why? Because the President of the United States incited others to be violent, a mob of insurgencies in this House. It's unacceptable. It led to the killing of 5 Americans. Blood is on this House. We must do something about it. I ask that we move from stopping the steal to healing, but healing requires accountability, and everyone must be accountable. Who is that?
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I'm fairly new here. Actually, this is my first floor speech. But I rise to oppose
Okay,
this
well, you're wasting it.
I asked my staff this morning, I said, how many times in our nation's history have we impeached a president? Well, they said up until this president, only 2 times in our nation's history. So here we are, 7 days left in his first term.
Well, what does
We're
that
going to
tell
impeach
you?
a president for what reasons?
What does that tell you?
For what reasons? There have been no hearings. There have been no committees.
You were there.
We must defend the right and protect the process of impeachment. If we pursue this, from now on, from this day forward, impeachment will always be a political process. I ask my friends across the aisle, they always talk about
It is a political process.
healing.
That's,
How do we come
it's in the
together as a
Constitution
nation?
as a
Since
political process.
2016, there has
Barry,
been
I know you're
hashtags
new
going
here,
around in
but
our
come
nation that said,
on.
not our president. Resist, resist. Members across the aisle have said things in public to have supporters of this president attacked and demeaned. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Last Friday, I sent a letter to my constituents telling the story about the violent attack on our Capitol building, which is really like the temple of our democracy. I have now taken the oath of office, the same oath of office that the President of the United States has taken, that all of us here have taken, and he has been the orchestrator of this attack. It is time to hold this president accountable. It is time, and history demands that we impeach
The gentlewoman's
Donald
time
Trump
has
for
expired.
the second
The
time.
gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We would reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized for 30 seconds.
The words have almost all been said. Search your soul, consider your oath. And I add 4 more words. Reflect on your legacy. My friends, which way is history flowing right now? Will Donald Trump join the pantheon of Washington, Lincoln, Roosevelt, and Reagan? Or will his 33% approval ratings and the condemnation of principled Republicans consign him to the heap of reviled demagogues with Joseph McCarthy and Andrew Johnson? Where he goes in history, you go in history, unless today you make a stand. I yield back.
Yields back. I would like to remind members to please direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Carroll.
The gentleman from Hawaii is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, as a member of our armed forces, now a member of Congress, I have taken and given the oath of office.
Of course Trump is watching.
Many
This
times.
is about him.
I will support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. On January 6th, the President violated this oath, inciting violent and deadly insurrection. Our sacred oaths are hollow without accountability. We must hold this president accountable, remove him from office, ensure he can never hold public office again. I urge my colleagues to do the same. This oath has to matter. Mahalo and I yield back.
New York, recognized. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Sarbanes.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, this beautiful Capitol dome is a symbol of freedom and democracy, not just for Americans, but for people the world over. The action we take today, this impeachment, is a declaration to the world that when there is an attack on our democracy, whether it comes from without or whether, tragically, in this instance, it comes from within, we will respond to that threat and attack, and we will do what's necessary to strengthen our democracy. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Zeldin.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am sickened and angered by what we all had to witness last Wednesday and call for the investigation and prosecution to the fullest extent of the law. Every single person who participated in the violence and loss of life in this Capitol building last Wednesday. I, as a member, sit here listening to the entire debate, desperately need to better understand the two standards that are at play in this House. Why is it okay if a House Democrat calls for violence in the streets, but not if you're a Republican?
No
Why
House
can a
Democrat
House
is
Democrat
calling for violence in the streets.
Be rewarded with a gavel and a chairmanship if they're calling for physical confrontation of a Trump administration official, but they will be punished if they're a Republican?
No one is calling for physical confrontation.
Double standards that we have seen time
Get
and time
in their
again,
face
we
does
all,
not
I need
mean
to better
violence.
understand what the rules are of this House. Why is it that a committee chairman can lie to the American public about having more than circumstantial evidence that the president colluded with the Russians in order
The president
to
did
win
collude
the
with the
2016
Russians.
election?
He didn't
But of
commit
course, the Republicans
conspiracy.
can't and wouldn't
At least
lie
that
to the
couldn't be
American
proven
public
because he
about something
deleted
like that.
emails.
We need to better understand what these two standards are that are at play and to complete the record. Because the House Democrats are here to make President Trump the first president to be impeached twice. So I'll complete the record. First off, in the articles of impeachment, it's written that the president gave a speech and he told his supporters to come here and that he incited this riot. And one speaker after another here on the other side of the aisle have repeated that in the article of impeachment. But we all know that this was a pre-planned attack. We all know that there was pipe bombs being discovered while the president was speaking. We all know that the Capitol perimeter was being breached during the president's speech.
And the president
We know that this was
he
pre-planned.
threw
and
gas
it
on the
started while
fire.
president was
We all
speaking.
know that.
Why is that not in the articles of impeachment? Why is that not being incorporated into my colleague's remarks? To complete the record, if you want to make the president the first president to be impeached twice, well, we'll add something else to that. Thank you to the president for his efforts to defeat MS-13 in my district or to withdraw from the... Request 30 more seconds.
Fired. The gentleman yields an additional 30 seconds.
30
Did I hear
seconds.
correct?
Yes. Wow.
The gentleman has another 30 seconds.
Thank you to the president for his efforts to move the embassy in Israel to
I
Jerusalem
can hear the
and recognize
sucking
Israeli
sound from
sovereignty
here.
over the Golan Heights and to take out Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi and Qassam
You're going to
Soleimani,
want to wipe off your
to
face with that
eliminate
mask
the
when you're
ISIS
done.
Caliphate, to enter into the historic Abraham Accords, to have an economy this time last year that was stronger than I ever remember in my entire lifetime.
You don't remember
Yeah, we'll
very
complete
much
the
because the
record.
GDP
And in
was
all fairness, as the
2.3%.
president leaves 1 week from today, let's be honest about the double standards that exist inside of this chamber, and let's also be honest that this president did a lot to make
The
America
gentleman's
greater
time
than
has
ever.
expired.
I
The
yield back.
gentleman
So
from
don't have double standards.
Ohio wishes
Don't.
to reserve.
Thank you, Madam
Problem
Speaker.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston.
What happens
The
if
gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
What happens if we get this wrong is written in Lincoln's second inaugural, when one party would make war rather than let the nation survive. On December 7th, on September 11th, we came together against an enemy from without, but on January 6th,
We were attacked by an enemy from within, the president who would make war with malice for all and charity for none. We must come together in unity today against that domestic threat to our Constitution. The alternative is too unbearable to contemplate. We must impeach bipartisanly, unanimously, if you have the soul.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Fletcher.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the article of impeachment and in opposition to the gaslighting that is masquerading as debate in this chamber today. I was in this chamber when the president assembled and unleashed a mob to attack the United States Capitol and the United States Congress, the elected representatives of the people. By doing so, he incited an insurrection against our representative democracy itself. If that is not an impeachable offense, then what is? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Michigan's 13th, we proudly speak truth to power, even in the face of a racist in chief. Those who incited an attack on the People's House do not get to talk about healing and unity. They have torn this country apart. They have stoked the fire and then handed the gasoline to Donald Trump. Dr. King once said, "True peace is not merely the absence of tension. It is in the presence of justice." Today, we must embody those words, and we must understand that peace must be centered in truth and action. We cannot sit, Madam Chair, sit idly by after a violent attempted coup and allow lies and hate to continue. Today, we stand up for our constituents who continue to be harmed by this oppressive
wishes to reserve. The gentlewoman's
Today,
time has expired.
Donald Trump.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. And the gentleman from New York has 3 3/4 minutes remaining. From Ohio has 4. And the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong.
The gentleman from North Dakota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What happened last Wednesday is an absolute tragedy. And not only are we part of dealing with it now, we were part of it then. But when emotions are frayed and tensions are this high, process matters more. It matters more now than it did before. And the reality is this: there are serious constitutional questions about these articles. And Donald Trump is going to be president until January 20th. And on January 20th, Joe Biden's going to become president. But I'll end with this. I'm going to vote against impeachment, and that's going to give me credibility at home with my base. You're going to vote for impeachment, and that's going to give you credibility at home with your base.
That's true.
It's easy to point at me and blame me. It's easy for me to point at you and blame you. But on January 21st, we're all going to be back here. So use that credibility. Go back and talk some hard truths to your people. I'm going to do it, and we need to do a better job. And with that, I yield back.
Oh,
The
okay.
gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, this president has repeatedly lied to the American people about his election loss. He incited his followers to attack our democracy, resulting in 5 deaths. His dangerous efforts to derail the peaceful transition of power were a violation of his oath of office. This president is unfit to lead our nation and unable to discharge his duties of office. I call upon my Republican colleagues to speak the truth to their supporters and join me in holding President Trump accountable by voting to impeach. I yield.
New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervan.
I didn't hear where it was from. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, since the events on January 6th, I spoke with a group of ministers from Gary, Indiana, and they told me how they are praying for unity and justice in our nation. It reminded me of the moment when those of us who were on the House floor on January 6th were huddled together in a secure room after the attack. The House chaplain, Kiblen, led us all in prayer. Let us remember that moment. Let us rekindle that prayer for those 3 minutes when we were all united to preserve our democracy and justice. I support the article of impeachment so that we can move forward to do the work that our constituents sent us here to do. With that, I yield back.
Has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from New York has 2 3/4 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Ohio has 3. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserved. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
3 minutes
Speaker,
is
I
not
now
much
yield
time to
30
reserve.
seconds to
I
the
don't know how
gentleman
he's
from
going to close with
Massachusetts, Mr.
that.
Knowlton.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, there are more troops right now in Washington, D.C. than in Afghanistan. And they are here to defend us against the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States, and his mob.
Yep.
I would ask my colleagues to look at the faces of those young Americans defending democracy, defending us, and
Yes,
find
they can
an
yield their
ounce
time to anyone.
of their courage to do the right thing,
But
as
the
several
time belongs to
Republicans have,
the
and take a tough
leaders,
vote
the appointed
for
leaders
the
at this
future of
time. So
democracy.
for the
future
Republicans, it's Jim
of our
The
Jordan, and
gentleman's
he
time
can
has expired. The
dole
gentleman
it out
from New
as he
York
seems
wishes to
fit.
reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Vesey.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, let's be clear about one thing. If we
Yes.
were on the eve of a Republican president being sworn in, and his Democratic predecessor had said the same thing that this president said, and incited his followers, his mob, to descend up on the Capitol, we will be joining them, not making comparisons.
Democratic mob would never do
Because
this.
guess what? I don't care about no base. I care about this democracy and this country.
Yes.
And what happened the other day should never happen again. And we need to stand up and say and do the right
The
thing.
gentleman's time
USA.
is the gentleman from New
USA.
York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the Republican whip is prepared to close for us whenever that is appropriate, so we'll reserve until the
Okay.
last time.
The gentleman reserves.
Madam
The
Speaker,
gentleman from New York.
I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
I was on that floor just 1 week ago, and so today the insurrectionist in chief will be impeached for insurrection. It is because he failed to defend this nation against all enemies, domestic and foreign, and he stood down near the White House and told a mob of domestic terrorists to go and show your strength, be strong. You can't gain anything because of weakness. We must hold him accountable. We can heal this nation, but he must be impeached today.
It'll be
We must
Steve
impeach
Scalise who
Donald J.
closes
Trump
for them.
as an
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The
insurrectionist to do
gentleman
that
from New
now.
York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York.
They're going to give Steve Scalise 3 minutes.
Is the other side prepared to close?
Yes.
Then
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I yield
the
3
gentleman
minutes.
from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the Republican whip, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the gentleman from Ohio for yielding. Madam Speaker, our nation still mourns the unacceptable violence and anarchy that took place in this Capitol last week. As we speak, arrests are still being made, and the anarchists who stormed our Capitol are being brought to justice, as should be the case. Emotions are still high, But in this moment, we need to be focused on toning down the rhetoric and helping heal this nation as we move towards a peaceful transition of power to President-elect Joe Biden next week.
Okay, but
my prayers, Madam
this
Speaker,
has nothing to do
still
with that.
with Capitol Police Officer Sieknick and Liebengood, who we lost, as well as all of the Capitol Police officers who risked their lives to keep us safe. They are true heroes, and they deserve all of our applause today.
Thanks, Barb. I do need a coffee. I'm yawning. I was up early this morning. So excited. Boebert got locked out of her, yeah, good.
Madam Speaker, I've seen the dark evil of political violence firsthand, and it needs to stop.
Yes.
But all of us need to be unequivocal in calling it out every single time we see it, not just when it comes from the other side of the aisle. I oppose this rushed impeachment brought forward without a single hearing. And by the way, the Senate will not even take this up until President Trump is out of office. So let's keep that in mind. It will only serve to further divide a nation that is calling out for healing. Madam Speaker, many speakers today have invoked one of our nation's greatest leaders, President Abraham Lincoln. Maybe we should follow some of Lincoln's wisdom that he's imparted upon us in moments like this. As Abraham Lincoln was giving his second inaugural address in March of 1865, Lincoln issued us a challenge. This is what he said: "With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all our nations." Madam Speaker, in times like these, let us not reach out to our darkest demons, but instead, like Lincoln, seek the higher ground. May God bless this great United States of America. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we can have all this, but we have accountability too. I now yield our remaining time, 1 minute, to the distinguished Majority Leader of the House, Mr. Hoyer.
Okay, here's Steny Hoyer.
Majority of the Leader is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman for yielding. This is a troubled time, a sad time. It is a time where all of us have stood almost to a person and lamented the violence and the assault on this Capitol and the assault on democracy itself. It was right to do that. But this impeachment ought to be put in the perspective of what the Republican chair of the Republican conference said it was. She said the President of the United States summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of that attack. There has never been, she said, a greater betrayal by a President of the United States of this office, of his office, and his oath to the Constitution. That is why we are here today. That is why we are here today, just a week before that president, at the request of the American people, will leave office. And the issue is, what do we do? The 433 of us, I believe, who are here, do on behalf of the American people to respond to what Representative Cheney described happened on the 6th of January. A mob assembled by, summoned by, and then spoken to light the flame of the attack. To stop the steal. As we sat here, exercising our constitutional duty, and to his great credit, the Vice President of the United States following the Constitution of the United States of America, notwithstanding the fact that he was opportuned by the President not to do so. That mob sent by the President to stop the steal did so for a few hours. Not the steal, but the constitutional duty that we had. And so we ask ourselves, what do we do? What is our responsibility? What should we say in light of only the Civil War has an analogy? That doesn't mean there haven't been demonstrations in Washington before and demonstrations throughout this country before. But it is the first and only physical presence other than the 9/11 attack on this nation, which came from abroad and had a plane aimed at our Capitol dome. This attack was not from abroad. It was, as Liz Cheney said, summoned, assembled, and inflamed by the President of the United States of America, who in Liz Cheney said words that there has never been a greater betrayal by a President of the United States of his office and his oath to the Constitution. I pride myself as a member of this Congress who for 40 years has worked in a bipartisan fashion with many of your leaders, and do to this day. But are we to remain silent in the face of Liz Cheney's saying this was the greatest betrayal of the duty of the President of the United States?
Duty.
Are we to stand silent? Will we stand silent? Will we not stand up and say,
really, it's
this?
I'm sorry, Steny great.
Madam Speaker,
but there
for 4
are
years,
so
Donald
many
Trump
others
has
that
made no
would be
effort
so
to hide
much
his
better at
ambition
this than Steny.
or his lacking
It's
of Republican
time to
principles.
step aside, sir. Thank you for your service.
Not our principles, but the principles that Abraham Lincoln was just quoted as having said. Your president, our president, has never displayed those in the 4 years he's been president of the United States. He has allowed little constraint on his worst inclinations. His desire for autocracy and his glorification of violence have not been tempered, but rationalized by those who sought to profit financially and politically from their proximity to power. Upon the foundations of virtue, reason, and patient wisdom laid down by George Washington as our first president, Donald Trump has constructed a glass palace of lies, fear-mongering, and sedition.
Okay.
Last Wednesday, on January 6th, the nation and the world watched it shatter to pieces. There can be no mistaking any longer the kind of man
It doesn't have to
sitting in the
retire.
Oval Office.
He just
or his
doesn't have to be
intentions
House Whip anymore.
and capabilities.
You know what? He can still be House Whip. He just
The
shouldn't be
curtain
the
has been
one
pulled
giving
back.
this speech.
The office to which he was elected could not temper or reform him. Washington's legacy was passed down to us not as written decrees. Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The gentleman's correct. The House will be in order. The gentleman.
Washington's legacy was passed down to us not as written decrees, but understood.
No, sorry. He shouldn't.
Norms.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
How we ought to act, how we ought to conduct ourselves.
He shouldn't
Term after
be
term, each occupant
giving
has
this
observed those norms out of a recognition
speech.
that our Constitution's articles are not the only preservative of our democracy. For more than 2 centuries, Madam Speaker, whenever those norms were tested,
There's no
and
reason that
strained,
he is
good
majority
and virtuous
leader.
citizens on both sides of the aisle found common purpose in reaffirming those norms. But memory fades, and from time to time it must be refreshed. Madam Speaker, as the framers emerged from the Constitution Convention, Benjamin Franklin was asked whether they had made America a monarchy or a republic. Probably all of us know this response. A republic, he answered, if you can keep it. That's the question today.
They just
If
love that quote.
we can
Everybody
keep
loves to use that quote.
And the way we keep it is to say no.
Okay, the gentleman's life has
to
expired.
actions
I shouldn't
and
say
words
that.
that do not
But come on.
promote
Let's go.
the
Steady.
keeping
Let's do this.
of that republic.
Have you...
For millennia, people have understood
No.
that a republic is only as stable as and lasting
Shame.
as the citizens and leaders who commit themselves to
Ask
its upkeep.
Not
This president has shown us
what you
he's not committed to that project.
can
His
do
tweets
for
every day have shown he is not
your
committed to that project. Indeed, he openly
country.
disdains it and appears
country.
to
Just
prefer
say
the
country.
alternative.
Just say country.
But what of the rest of us? Those who
Country.
have the honor and the great privilege and the weighty responsibility to represent the views of 750,000 of our fellow citizens. We in this Congress have an opportunity, no, a duty, to demonstrate our commitment, both as leaders and as citizens, to keeping America a republic.
He's in the wrong
A
chamber.
republic that resolves its differences not through being ordered to come to the Capitol to prevent them from stealing the election,
Okay.
which was an
Okay, moving
absurd
on.
assertion from the very first day it was made. We cannot erase the last 4 years, Madam Speaker. We cannot turn back the clock. But we can look to the ideals and principles inherited from great presidents like Washington, like Jefferson, and yes, certainly like Abraham Lincoln.
Okay.
And Franklin Roosevelt.
All
and
right.
from outstanding Americans like Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Susan Anthony, Cesar Chavez, Martin Luther King, Thurgood Marshall, our beloved John Lewis.
Okay,
and
I
yes,
yield my
RBG,
attention.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who taught us a lot about equality and inclusion. It's up to us to restore the vibrancy, Madam Speaker, of our democracy by reaffirming our commitment to the norms they passed on to us and entrusted to our care. But to make that possible, Madam Speaker, we must rise to this moment.
And
Not
Joe
only
Biden's
affirm
been
the
inaugurated.
virtues we cherish,
Good job, everybody. We did it.
but
We made it.
reject the vices we abhor. That's what I'm asking my fellow representatives on both sides of the aisle to do today. We all stood and we abhorred
Everyone behind him
the
is sleeping
violence
right now. Oh, one of them woke up.
that occurred, and the threat to the very democracy that we hold so dear and swore an oath to protect and uphold.
Yeah. Oh, good. Good. End it there. Let's wrap
Reject
this up.
Deceit.
USA.
Reject fear-mongering.
Okay.
Reject sedition, tyranny, and insurrection.
Oh, he raised his voice.
Reject the demand for fealty to one man over fidelity to one's country.
Okay, there's your speech.
When I addressed the House
Did you
during
just
the
flip
debate
a
over the
page?
articles of impeachment
Do
in
you have
December
another
2019, I said
page?
the following.
Somebody get a
We need
page.
not ask who will
Somebody
be
get
the
a
first
page
to show our
and
courage
wheel him out of
by
here.
standing up to President Trump. The question we must ask, who will be the last to find it? Senator McConnell, Representative Cheney, a number of other representatives who have spoken on this floor with great courage, Madam Speaker. Because there is much fear of Donald Trump. There's much fear of Donald Trump's tweets. There's much fear of Donald Trump's retribution for opposition. In my view, Donald Trump demands
He's still going?
absolute loyalty and gives none in return.
I'm a shark. I have to
I
keep
hope others
moving
will
or
join
I die. You're
Liz
killing me,
Cheney.
Stenny.
I hope others will be honest with themselves and with their constituents. As Liz Cheney was saying, there has never been a greater portrayal by a President of the United States of his office and his oath to the Constitution. Don't dismiss that. She's the daughter of a Vice President of the United States who was the whip when I came to Congress. As she has taken a stand, I hope others will as well, Madam Speaker. Soon, the clerk will call the roll and ask for our votes. Make no mistake, this will be no ordinary roll call. This is about our country, our Constitution, and our democracy. These votes will be inscribed on the roll of history, a record of courage and of our commitment to country and Constitution, of our commitment to the rule of law and renewal of that which we inherited. And
Thank
hope
you,
to
Garden.
pass on, unbroken, unshattered. With just 7 days left in the President's term, this vote is not about timing. It is about principle and fidelity to our Constitution. It concerns the clear and present danger facing our country, not only in these
Okay, well, he's
days
going
of the
on
Trump
here.
administration,
I've got about a half an
but in
hour to
the
talk
weeks,
to you guys.
months, and years
Rick
that will follow.
Rick M.
It is about the
New
necessity to
$50 new
demonstrate
producer. I think
to
that's the
this
producer
generation
level. $50
and to
from
future
Rick M.
generations
Thank you. Welcome,
the duty
producer
we
Rick
share
M.
to protect our democracy every
Also,
single day.
money from.
Do not pretend, my friends, that it was
Yep,
simply
there it is.
those
That's from
who
the from Garden
came into the
Expressionist.
Capitol,
Thank you, Garden.
encouraged by our president to stop the steal at any cost.
Through the
And by
PayPal.
the way, if the vice president
Hey, if you'd
doesn't
like
do
to
my
contribute, never mind.
and follows
let's,
the
let's just listen to
Constitution,
Stenny. I'm sure he's
sweep him
almost done.
away.
I'm sure he's wrapped up.
We know that this president would never emulate George Washington and give up his power for the good of our republic, even after losing an election. Somebody talked about a peaceful transition. There has not been
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what they talked about. They have
I don't
no
know what
power.
you're talking about.
They're
Now, you're not
irrelevant.
living in the
Stenny.
same country I am.
Stenny. They cannot hurt you. It's okay.
It was just
The
days
mean
ago
white
that the
people
president,
can't hurt you.
after committing this
Call for the
terrible
vote,
act,
and let's move on.
thought he had to admit
Yeah?
that Joe Biden
Okay.
might, yes, be president
Yeah.
of the United States.
Just a little bit.
We know that this president neither recognizes norms nor reflects the rule of law. We know that this president is not a patriot. So I ask this House, who among us, Madam Speaker, will be
Cobwebs.
recorded on the roll
It's
of history for their
literally a
courage,
spider web now
their
going from his
commitment,
forehead to the microphone.
Constitution, and their country? We do this today not for politics. We don't need this for politics. George assured that. There was no mistake.
Thank you, son, for the super chat.
We do this today.
A
to
T-shirt?
preserve
I don't
and
even
protect
remember. We'll figure it out.
this
I think you
great
got to be a
democracy.
$25
We do it for the
subscriber on
America we
Patreon.
love.
But we're going to have a bunch
Our
of T-shirts,
America
so
the
maybe
beautiful,
there'll be one for you in
whose
there.
founders
I don't know. We'll
sacrifices
figure it out. We'll
we
figure it
praise
out.
in song, "Oh, beautiful for heroes proved, in liberating strife, who more than self.
Now he's quoting lyrics. C-SPAN just gave up on us. Are you still there? Okay. Everyone's got to have some comments.
His country love.
C-SPAN.
And victory more than truth. Vote for this. For America. For our country.
Is anybody out there? Somebody send help for
I
C-SPAN.
yield back the balance of my time.
Oh, he's the balance of your
Debate
time.
has expired.
Where do you think you
Pursuant
are?
to House Resolution 41,
The
previous
balance.
question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the
You're gonna
opinion
call.
of the chair, the ayes have it.
You're going to go for yays and nays, aren't you?
Gentleman from Ohio
Yeah,
is
yays and nays.
recognized
You
for-
won't waste everybody's time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'd ask for a roll call vote.
Yeah, roll
Pursuant
call,
to
here we go.
Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by an electronic device.
All right, this is going to take a while because it's all going to be done by proxy and all that. So it's going to take another, I don't know, what, 2 hours?
Less than 13 months since he was impeached the first time in December 2019.
So let's make him quiet. So basically half the time that Steny just talked. I think that's what the standard is. Yeah, and then it has to be switched by Dominion. So awesome! We got a new producer. Welcome, Rick M, to the Producers Guild. I gotta work on some credits. So maybe that's what I'll do now. Maybe we'll come back later. I don't know what else happens after this. I think they just approve it, and then they say, and it's a 10-second process. And then that'll be it. I don't know if I'm going to broadcast that or not because I might not even notice it at this point. It's going to take. Oh, holy smokes! The initial votes are going very quickly. Are we gonna knock this out right now? All right. You guys talk amongst yourselves. You guys watch the vote, and I'll be back in a minute or so. I'm just gonna get myself something to drink, and we'll be back, and we'll see if the votes are going as quickly. What are they doing? How is this happening? This is not how the voting has been going. So I'll turn on the volume here so you guys can listen to C-SPAN. I'll be back in a moment.
And will vote yes on HRES 24.
No, they're doing voting by proxy. How did we log all those initial votes so quickly though? I don't know what happened. So Steny Hoyer just spent an entire infrastructure week on his own. That's where we are, people. I'll be back in a moment.
Yes on H Resolution 24. And Madam Speaker, pursuant as member.
Okay, hold on. Let's do this. Let's give you guys something slightly more interesting to listen to. MyDayNewDayUSA.com. So they're going to be talking about this on the C-SPAN. Let's see what
the House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, the House Republican leader who said today that Joe Biden was legitimate, that it was not the American way to say that he's not legitimate and that we need to work together, as if Kevin McCarthy has not been fueling these lies, spreading these lies. It makes you wonder, like, he knows when he goes on Fox that we can see him, right? I mean, he literally put out a tweet in November after the election, far from over. Republicans will not back down from this battle. 2 days after the election, McCarthy said on Fox, President Trump won this election, so everyone who's listening, do not be quiet. We cannot allow this to happen before our very eyes. I'm sorry, Kevin, but we all saw you say that. You can't pretend now that you didn't let the genie out of the bottle.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that was missing from every one of those categories that you just laid out there is something that is really basic, which is those who did say that the election was stolen, those who propagated that, those who fed the lies and enabled the lies of the president. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. And
one of them.
We heard that from nobody. And that's frankly reprehensible, especially given the fact that they all know better.
I don't know that that's true.
I think it's impossible for me to believe.
You think the QAnon caucus members know better?
I do. I think that they know the reality. I think that they know the truth. I think that they, in their heart of hearts, understand that when the secretaries of state in swing states like Georgia or Pennsylvania or Arizona say this election wasn't stolen and it was free and fair and honest, that actually is the truth. And, you know, maybe I am giving them too much credit and following logic, but just even one basic example is they're not challenging the elections of the Republicans who won the House seats in those states. But the other thing that I think is really, really important is the fact that we have video, and I was just watching it as they were starting this vote, of the people who were storming the Capitol saying, the president told us to come here.
Right.
That is happening. I mean, that is video. There's video of this. It is just Exhibit A of the reams of evidence that we have. There's one other thing I want to share.
But just one other thing, that's relevant. What you're saying right now is relevant because Congressman Brian Mast, a Republican from Florida, who lost his legs, by the way, fighting for democracy abroad, although I don't know about his commitment to it here in the United States. He said, did anybody say that?
Yes.
Yeah, we heard him.
Yeah. The answer is yes. Yes. And you know, anybody out there, I'll retweet the tweet so that everybody sees the video. But also, just on a more personal, first-person level, somebody at CNN, one of our colleagues, was out there a week ago at the Capitol, plainclothed. A lot of people were having trouble getting cell service, and they saw that this colleague of ours was looking at his phone. And so they all swarmed him. And what they were saying was, what is he saying? Meaning the president. Where does he want us to go? What does he want us to do? They were taking direction from the president, looking for direction from the president, and they had gotten it at that rally and, you know, for the 2 months prior to that, and they were continuing to look for him and to him. And that is so telling and so chilling.
And yet, if you listen to Republicans today on Capitol Hill, you would think that the victim of this entire situation is the president himself, that they have created this whole myth of President Trump being constantly victimized by the system and being unfairly punished in his final 7 days in office, and just completely, in many cases, ignoring the reality of what actually happened last week, which is completely different from anything that this country has seen in decades, perhaps even hundreds of years. There is a sense, I think, you know, among Republicans, the vast majority of Republicans, I think we should be clear about this. So far, we have 7 Republicans who have said publicly that they will vote in favor of this, and we're watching that number tick up.
Abby, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm going to come right back to you, but I just want to note as we hit the top of the hour, a historic House vote is getting underway, and Donald J. Trump is on the brink of becoming the only president of the United States to be impeached twice, a shameful new chapter in his legacy. I'm Jake Tapper. This is The Lead. Abby, I'm sorry. Please continue.
Oh, no, of course. Well, you know, 7 Republicans have said publicly they will vote in favor of articles of impeachment, but the vast majority of them, I think, based on what they said today, seem to think that there is no difference between the storming of the Capitol, an attempt at a violent insurrection to stop the business of the United States government, and anything else that has happened in the history of this country. Most notably, one of the lawmakers in his speech said if they had arrested Black Lives Matter protesters before last week, the riot would never have happened. It's a really unbelievable thing, the excuses that were being said today.
We should know plenty of Black Lives Matter protesters have been arrested.
Frankly, many more Black Lives Matter protesters have been arrested than have been arrested for what happened last week.
Yeah.
And that's a fact. So it is, I think it's astounding to me that there is just a desire to create excuse after excuse, to basically say, don't hurt these people's feelings because they might do it again. And I think that is the scariest part about what we are about to see here. Yes, there will be Republicans voting for this article of impeachment, but the vast majority of the Republican Party is making excuses for what we saw last week.
And if I could just make a note on the Black Lives Matter protesters, I was talking to a general a few days ago who said about the violence that we've seen in Portland and across the country in light of the George Floyd murder, that you cannot compare them. You cannot compare them. Yes, violence is bad. All violence is bad. the violent protests that we saw across the city, across of Minnesota, of Minneapolis, St. Paul, and across the country, in Portland, everywhere. It's horrible. It should not have happened. But, this general said, you cannot compare it, because this was not that. That was, for better or for worse, spontaneous and a largely disenfranchised community in many instances, violently expressing, too often violently expressing discontent with criminal justice in America. Again, that's not excusing it. The violences should all be condemned. This was the President of the United States inciting his supporters to commit an act of terrorism to stop. And here's the key. They weren't just going into the Capitol to kick some ass, in the words of Congressman Mo Brooks of Alabama, one of the inciters. They weren't just going to kick some ass. They were going there to stop the constitutional process. When they said, hang Mike Pence, they thought they were following the lead of President Trump, who that morning had, at the incitement rally, criticized Mike Pence, who was presiding over what was going on and discharging his constitutional duties.
Absolutely. It was a direct result of what the president was tweeting. And that is something that is absent, notably absent from, I think, across the board. For the most part, it is a breath of fresh air, the sound of silence from our phones buzzing and beeping with the president's tweets, responding to everything that we're seeing here. And that was very, very much a part of what happened before. The one thing I also want to say, as we look at this vote and we see how many Republicans, so far it's 5, as you said, we've heard 7 publicly come out. We'll see if that number gets higher when the final vote is tallied. But going forward, never mind, put principle aside for a second, but just on the political calculation that many of these Republicans are making, and it's really burst into the open, is most of them, obviously, since it's such a low number of Republicans, some of them argue that he shouldn't be impeached, but some who maybe in their heart of hearts think he should be impeached are arguing that it's going to embolden the president. It's going to make him a martyr. It's going to make him more of a victim. That's one group of Republicans. And then the other, the Liz Cheneys of the world, the Mitch McConnells of the world, are arguing when it comes to the future of the Republican Party, the viability of the Republican Party, is they argue that the best way to rid the party of Trump is to impeach him, is to punish him. And we don't know which of these political calculations is going to be the right one.
I want to bring in Manu Raji right now, who's on Capitol Hill, who has the latest reporting. Manu, tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, we're getting reports from what's inside the chamber of the Republicans who are breaking ranks. And according to what our colleagues are seeing on the board that is showing how each of the members are voting, 2 additional Republicans on top of the 7 who have already announced that they would vote to impeach President Trump have broken ranks. That includes Tom Rice of South Carolina and Anthony Gonzalez of Ohio. Gonzalez has put out a statement saying that he would support the president's impeachment. Rice, we don't see a statement from him yet, but according to what our colleagues have seen on the board in the House chamber, which is not visible on TV, but you can see it when you're in the chamber, it says that he has voted for impeachment. Now, we'll see by the end of this vote if he changes that at all one way, and sometimes members accidentally hit the wrong thing here. We'll see if that happened here. But at the moment, there are 9 Republicans who have either voted or said publicly they plan to vote for the president's impeachment. We'll see if that grows. Coming into this Republican leadership, where sources were telling me they expected about 12 to break ranks. That was their expectation. They did not whip this vote, did not urge their members to vote one way or the other. So it's uncertain. It's a bit fluid. We'll see as this vote develops. Now, at the same time, there's been several developments on the Senate side where the trial will take place to decide whether or not Donald Trump is convicted on this charge of incitement of an insurrection and whether or not he can actually hold office ever again. Now, Mitch McConnell just sent a letter to his Senate colleagues telling them that he will not bring the Senate back early before January 19th to reconvene the Senate. Democrats wanted to have a quick Senate trial, have him convicted before he leaves office. That's not going to happen. So essentially, Donald Trump will be able to serve out his time in office unless somehow he decides to resign, which he is not indicating he plans to do that. Now, McConnell, significantly, though, has not ruled out supporting convicting the president. According to this email that he sent to his colleagues, it says, while the press has been full of speculation, I have not made a final decision on how I will vote, and I intend to listen to the legal arguments when they are presented to the Senate. Very clearly keeping open the option of convicting Donald Trump. And from talking to Republican sources, this is the key vote. If he decides to vote to convict Donald Trump, expect a number of his colleagues to go along with them, and presumably 17 could break ranks, convict Trump, and to accomplish the goal that McConnell's privately said, rid Donald Trump from their party in the aftermath of what happened last week, as well as their concerns about Trump's impact and costing him the United States control of the United States Senate. But we don't expect that trial to begin until the early days of the Biden presidency. So a lot of developments on the Senate side. We'll see when the House Democrats decide to formally transmit the article of impeachment over to the Senate. It could happen sometime today. They have not said officially yet, but at the moment this vote taking place, a bipartisan vote, growing, at least 9 Republicans, maybe more, joining Democrats to impeach this president, Jake.
All right, Manu, thank you so much. And so far, 7 House Republicans have voted to impeach President Trump because of this incitement at an insurrection, to commit an insurrection. We're told that 2 other House Republicans, other than the 7 we were aware of, have also come out, and said that they intend to vote to impeach President Trump. They are Tom Rice of South Carolina and Anthony Gonzalez of Ohio. So that is, as we see right there, a total of 9 that we're expecting. That's still a significant minority when it comes to the House. And Abby, one of the things that we've had reporting on from Jamie Gangel and Pamela Brown that we have not heard so specifically enunciated or articulated in any of the previous impeachments that I've been alive for and covered is that members of Congress, Republicans, are saying that they're not going to vote to impeach because they are afraid of Trump supporters and Trump specifically himself inciting physical attacks on them and their families. Just to underline this point, this was not something that we heard during the Nixon impeachment. This was not something that we heard during the Clinton impeachment. Nobody was saying, don't vote to impeach Bill Clinton because Bill Clinton will send his supporters to your house to kill your wife and kids. But it is something that we're hearing now from reporting from Pamela and Jamie that Republicans are fearful of. They're fearful that if they go against the president, his supporters will kill them.
You can see why they might think that, because a week ago, there were people in the Capitol who were literally, in some cases, trying to do just that.
Oh, it's a legitimate fear, absolutely.
And in the days since, accosting members of Congress in airports and in public. And this is a toxic, toxic environment. And it's one that President Trump, when he is on his own and not reading from a teleprompter, continues to give a wink and a nod to in his language, in the threatening language that he uses to talk about what the consequences will be if certain things happen, if he's impeached, if the 25th Amendment is used against him. This is the kind of thing that President Trump has done pretty consistently, but last week we saw what the consequences are. The problem for Republicans has been that for 4 years and longer, they have had a policy that's basically been anything that President Trump says, the words coming out of his mouth don't matter. Well, the proof is in what we all experienced a week ago. It does matter. And at some point, I do think there needs to be a recognition that his words have influence, his words have an impact on his supporters. When he told the Proud Boys to stand back and to stand by, and then they showed up in Washington on January 6th and they helped storm the Capitol, that's not an accident. That is part of what happens. And in fact, you know, last week during the riots, at the end, almost at the end of the process, one of the last tweets President Trump issued that has since been deleted, his account is gone.
We all
powers, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary. The gentleman from New York,
the President.
is yielded 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his leadership. Madam Speaker, in his annual address to our predecessors in Congress in 1862, President Abraham Lincoln spoke of the duty of the patriot in an hour of
Was recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
You guys want to hear
Thank you, Madam
Bluebird?
Speaker.
I was going to listen to a lot of them, but let's. Oh, it gave up on us, so we can listen to Jim Jordan. And then it decided that it was too bored. C-SPAN
New York,
kicked us out.
Reserves. The gentleman from Ohio was recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 19 minutes. 19 minutes. 4 years ago on Inauguration Day, January 20th, 2017, 19 minutes into President Trump's administration, at 12:19 p.m., the Washington Post headline was, "Campaign to impeach President Trump has begun." And now, with just 1 week left, they're still trying. In 7 days, there will be a peaceful transfer of power, just like there has been every other time in our country. But Democrats are going to impeach President Trump again. This doesn't unite the country. There's no way this helps the nation deal with the tragic and terrible events of last week that we all condemn. And Republicans have been consistent. We've condemned all the violence all the time. We condemned it last summer. We condemned it last week. We should be focused on bringing the nation together. Instead, Democrats are going to impeach the president for a second time, 1 week.
That's why we're not going to condemn it anymore. We're done condemning violence.
1 week before he leaves office. Why? Why? Politics and the fact that they want to cancel the president. The president who cut taxes, the president who reduced regulations, the president prior to COVID had the greatest economy, lowest unemployment in 50 years, the president who got us out of the Iran deal, put the embassy in Jerusalem, brought hostages home from North Korea, put 3 great justices on the Supreme Court, gave us a new NAFTA agreement, the Abraham Accords, the COVID vaccine, and who built the wall. It's about politics. This is about getting the president of the United States. They spied on his campaign before he was elected. 19 minutes into his presidency, they started the impeachment push. 3-year Mueller investigation, 19 lawyers, 40 agents, 500 witnesses, 2,500 subpoenas, $40 million to find nothing.
Okay, all of that's nonsense because we're not talking about that right now.
With no
we're talking about this
who was
impeachment.
biased against the president and who worked for Joe Biden. And now it's impeachment round 2. It's always been about getting the president no matter what. It's an obsession that is now broadened. It's not just about impeachment anymore, it's about canceling, as I've said. Canceling the president and anyone that disagrees with them. The Ayatollah can tweet, the president can't. Democrats can object on January 6, 2017, but Republicans aren't allowed to object on January 6, 2021. Democrats say Antifa is a myth. Republicans condemn all violence all the time. The double standard has to stop. And frankly, the attack on the First Amendment has to stop. And stop and think about it. Do you have a functioning First Amendment when the cancel culture only allows one side to talk? When you can't even have a debate in this country, this great country, the greatest country ever? It needs to stop.
And we need to recognize, number one, that our words have consequences.
Have the authority to carry out arrests. That's something only civilian law enforcement can do. If threatened, they can hold someone.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Cannot. And the vast
Misdemeanor. Do we not have the duty to our oath?
Help him stay in
banana republic does it.
his first impeachment. President Trump has made clear in word and deed that he will persist in such conduct if he is not removed from power. He poses a continuing threat to our nation, to the integrity of our elections, and to our democratic order. He must not remain in power 1 moment longer.
You turn on
not
your mic.
1 moment longer. The
You're not the
danger is
boss of
too
me.
great. We must impeach.
Ohio is recognized.
Here we go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClellan.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes. The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
We'll go 4 minutes. Excuse me. I didn't realize that.
The gentleman from Ohio, in control of the time on that side of the aisle, wishes to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from California. Correct?
Yes.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I didn't like the president's speech on January 6th either. I thought he was wrong to assert that the vice president in Congress can pick and choose which electoral votes to count. He was wrong to set such a confrontational tone in a politically tense situation. But what did he actually say? His exact words were, quote, "I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard," unquote. That's impeachable? That's called freedom of speech.
That's not the part
Now,
we're talking
he also
about.
threatened to oppose candidates in future elections. And by the way, that was directed at Republicans.
I was trying to read his mask. Something about mask is something as your governor. So it's something stupid.
Like me, who'd resolved to uphold the constitutional process and protect the Electoral College.
Okay. So his mask says, this mask is as useless as your governor, or our governor is what it actually says. So it's on Newsom, Gavin Newsom. This mask is as useless as our governor. Okay, so we know where he's coming from.
Well, so what?
Yeah, so
That's
what?
called politics. If we impeached every politician who gave a fiery speech to a crowd of partisans, this Capitol would be deserted.
An army. An army.
That's what the president did. That is all he did. He specifically told the crowd to protest peacefully and patriotically, and the vast majority of them did. But every movement has a lunatic fringe. Suppressing free speech is not the answer. Holding rioters accountable for their actions is the answer. And
the current count is 9 Republicans voting for, and that leaves us right now with 208 to 186.
We are. And if we'd prosecuted BLM and Antifa rioters across the country with the same determination these last 6 months, this incident may not have happened at all.
Oh!
Now, short of declaring war, the power of impeachment is the most solemn and consequential act that Congress can take. To use it in this manner, in the heat of the moment, with no hearings, no due process, many members phoning in their votes after a hastily called debate, exactly 1 week before a new president is to take office, trivializes this power to the point of caricature. The Democrats have won everything in sight: the House, the Senate, and the presidency. In a republic, that calls for magnanimity by the victors. Only in a banana republic does it call for vengeance. Benjamin Franklin warned us that passion governs, and she never governs wisely. In our passions this week, we've set some dangerous new precedents that will haunt us for years to come. Yesterday, we redefined intemperate speech as a physical incapacity requiring removal from office. Today, we define it as a high crime and misdemeanor. Well, the moment any member of this body gives an impassioned speech and the lunatic fringe of their movement takes license from it,
Be prepared to answer to this new precedent that we established today. Now, I could cite plenty of provocative speeches made by Democrats that directly preceded violence this summer, but we've already had enough of that. You know, after 600,000 Americans had perished in the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln appealed to the better angels of our nature. He said, with malice toward none, with charity for all, let us bind up the nation's wounds. Those words were so important to the unity of our nation, they're inscribed in marble at the Lincoln Memorial.
That's it. They've got all the votes they need. Still 20 non-votes.
The resolution passes. The second impeachment of President Donald Trump.
Donald Trump has been impeached for the second time.
Of insurrection. There are 9.
It's like no one's ever seen before. No one's ever seen anything like it. And no one has ever been impeached this often. And it's not even close. It's not even close. I'm 100% more impeachable than any other president. Any other president.
Nominated by Ms. Wilson.
They're still voting. But they have the votes. So yeah, it's once you hit the majority, that's all you need. So there it is. There's your votes. The votes that count right there. 225. He has been impeached, or repeached, if you will. And I hope you do. They came to me, sir, and they said, sir, I'm crying for the first time. It's actually the second time, because we've been through this before. You're impeached again. No, but here's the thing. In 100 years, kids will be reading from textbooks.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Yeah, and he's going to tell, Jamie here is going to say, these people voted this way. So now there are options. This is where it gets interesting. So, Nancy can march the the impeachment right over to the Senate and say, hey, you guys got to work on this right away. Now, the Senate is not in session, but they are doing pro forma sessions every day, which are just, they show up, they open with a prayer, they say goodbye, and that's it. And they started doing that even more during Obama in order to prevent Obama from doing recess appointments. Hold on, I'm gonna get rid of the shark. Hold on. Stay with me here. What shall we be? Let's go out of Happy Shark and see what else we got. No, I want to be me. I just want to be me. Why can't I just be me? There we go. That's it. That's what I'm looking for. No. Hold on. What's this? Come on. None of this. None of the, okay, how about color effect? How about that? What do we got? Really? Okay, yeah? Okay, well, we'll stick with that. So, boom. Well, let's do this. There. Now, I feel better. It's some kind of color effect, but at least I look like, a little bit like me. Barb, thank you very much for more money. Thank you, Barb. Votes remaining, 9 votes. 10 Republicans voted for impeachment. He can't say it was 196 to nothing. It was 196. It was I didn't lose a single vote. It's not that way anymore. So now, Nancy can march the impeachment down the empty corridors, except for National Guardsmen sleeping. Seriously, the house right now, the Capitol is full of National Guardsmen. They're everywhere. There's going to be 15,000 of them by Inauguration Day. Why? To protect our democracy against the current president. That's where we are, people. 15,000 guardsmen and women protecting our democracy from the president, and the Republicans would like a blue ribbon commission. Did they bump it up to 25,000? I don't know. 1,000 seems like too many. Like, why would anybody... I mean, if we know a terrorist attack is coming from China... Executive producer Rich, I wish we had the technology to send a slap to Kevin so he will look at the chat, Joanna. I am looking at the chat. What are you talking about? Ugh. I sound drunk? I don't know. She can take it over to the Senate. The Senate's in recess. Not really, but it is. So, there is a provision that they came up with after 9/11 that makes the senators come back immediately. In the Senate rules, we're in kind of a gray area here, although in the Senate rules it's pretty cut and dry. Once those are delivered to the Senate, the articles of impeachment, the Senate has to hear it by the next day at 1 o'clock at the latest. They can start immediately if they want to, according to the rules. But they have to hear it by 1 o'clock starting at the latest. Once they begin hearing it and that trial has begun, that's it. You can't do anything else in the Senate. There is no business of the Senate until it is voted on whether or not to convict Donald Trump on that. Now, in order to convict, you have to have 2/3 of the senators present, not 2/3 of the senators. You don't have to get 67 votes. You just have to get 2/3 of the senators present on that day. Has to be a minimum of 51 senators voting. You have to have a quorum. So, theoretically, 20 or so Republicans could just decide not to show up because this is a sham and they're going to have no part of it, or maybe they're going to have to quarantine because they've been exposed to COVID. Or so there's a number of different things that could happen. They get off scot-free. The base can't get upset with them because they're like, hey, the doctor says I can't go into work. What am I going to do? I don't want to kill people. If the Republicans are lucky, somebody who caught it in the House during the invasion last week, one of them gets really sick or dies, and then the Republicans have a perfect excuse. I hope that doesn't happen. I'm just saying these are things that could happen. The Republicans don't have to vote. A few of them do. They vote against it. But you just have to get 2/3. So if you get 2/3 of 60 or 40, you're going to get way beyond that because all the Democrats are going to vote for it. Lisa Murkowski's already said, I'm voting to convict. Mitt Romney's going to vote to convict. There's others that Ben Sass possibly will vote to convict. You've got at least 52 votes to convict. So all you have to do is take that number down to about 75 people voting present. Now, the other things that could happen is Nancy gets these articles of impeachment in her hand. And she says, well, Mitch McConnell refuses to allow this case to be heard until after Trump is out of office. Even though he's a clear and present danger and he needs to go now, Mitch McConnell is blocking that. So that the Senate is able to do their business when Joe Biden is inaugurated on the 20th. So that the Senate is able to approve the 400 or 500 people that a president needs to have approved by the Senate, all the people that need to be confirmed. For example, the cabinet members or the National Security Agency, anything involved with all of that. Judges that the president may want. Those aren't so important right off the bat. The Senate has to approve that. So, in order for that to happen, because remember, once they take the articles of impeachment, they have to have the trial and they can't conduct any other business. They can't hear like, oh, this is the guy that I want for Secretary of State. This is the guy that I want for Secretary of the Treasury. This is the guy that I want, etc. They can't do any of that. So you hold on to those articles of impeachment. The other thing that does is that then belays the issue of how do we put all the senators into the chamber at the same time? You can't do that. We've got this whole... is ours Right Side Broadcasting is tweeting for 45 now? I don't know if that's actually true, but it's a good theory. So you've got yourself this problem with COVID. You say, hey, we got to hold on to these articles of impeachment. We can't have the trial yet because we can't have all the senators on the floor at the same time. When impeachment starts, when the trial starts, The senators have to be present in the room, and they have to listen intently, and they can't be using electronic devices, and they can't talk. So, they're discussing doing that, and they can change rules as they go. But it behooves the Democrats, if they really want to impeach, remember, everybody wants them impeached. Impeach Trump, it's fantastic for the Republicans. The Democrats want it just to satisfy, just because it's going to feel good. The Republicans want it because they want to get rid of Trump. You hold on to those until the pandemic's over or Biden's got everybody he needs in the key positions, however long it's going to be, several months. Because over the next several months, there's going to be video after video after video, just as there's been in the last week. And remember, this is just a week ago. We were talking, a week ago, right now, we were watching fences being pushed over at the Capitol building. This has been 1 week, which is, it has been, hold on. It's been 147 infrastructure weeks since last Wednesday at this time. And Nancy can hold on to that stuff so that all of these other videos that have come out continue to come out, videos like the ones that have come out, and so that when you actually get to the trial in the Senate, there is a mountain of evidence of people saying, yeah, we're doing this because President Trump told us to do this. Yeah, we're doing this for, yeah, see this flag? See how it says Trump on it? President Trump sent us. Tell him President Trump sent you. They'll make you a fantastic deal. Let's go look at what RBSN said, according to Marcy. I don't trust Marcy for a second. Not for a second. RBSN. Hold on. Shared a tweet. There we go. No violence, remain peaceful. That could be Trump. That could not be Trump. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Now, no violence, remain peaceful. Let's see what they're saying here on the floor. 5 votes still outstanding. That could be just members that aren't there today. They're saying nothing. Let's mute them. Let's go over to our friends on the CNN. Hear what they're saying.
Is I think one of the most are great patriots.
Yep.
These are the things that happen.
Yep.
No,
this wasn't.
That's not live.
Before the riots. This was after we
see what
saw
our
the
friends on the
magnitude.
MSNBC say.
Where's she coming from? No, it can't go.
Nancy's mic is live. Let's listen. Oh, it went away. Plagued, those ads are because of the stuff that you watch. So, by the way, if you want to help me out, when you see one of those ads for whatever, just click on it.
Claire, we're listening in. We heard the speaker ask if all the votes are in. The vote count currently stands at 231 votes to impeach Donald Trump, 197 against.
Do they know?
Go ahead.
Does the network know?
Claire, your mic's open. We're on the air.
Yeah.
We heard the speaker ask if every vote was in. It sounds like she's getting close to announcing the vote total. There we go. There's another one.
Where's my microphone?
Claire, you're on the air.
Okay.
I've got all the mics open.
Let me go.
The ayes are 232.
Good night, Barb.
The nays are 197. On this vote, the adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Congratulations.
That's it. What now?
Look at the celebration. Look how happy the Democrats are. According to the Republicans, they're overjoyed. They're jumping up and down in the aisles right now.
The vote in the House, 232 members of Congress.
Colleen said Trump is releasing a video tonight.
Donald Trump has been impeached a
I'm
second
sure
time, becoming the first president.
it will call. It'll.
House Resolution 41. The House Resolution 40 is hereby adopted.
The resolution is 24 and that is the motion for the resolution to impeach Donald Trump. It has happened. So it's over now.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Clause 11 of Rule 10, Clause 11 of Rule 1, in the order the following of the House of January 4th, 2021, of the following members of the House to the Permanent Select Committee on.
Okay, so now he's going to announce House managers and stuff like that. We already know what's going to happen there. But we already knew what was going to happen anyway. So Nancy now should hold on to those articles of impeachment, which tells us that she's not going to hold on to those articles of impeachment. They'll be delivered, and in the Senate, it'll start on the 19th. Within a few days of the 19th, because the deadline for the certification of the 2 new senators in Georgia is the 22nd. So probably on the 23rd, unless they're certified before that. The counties have to certify. The Governor can't certify the elections in Georgia until the county certifies them. The counties often drag their feet, even though it's a done deal. Let's see what's going on here.
Happen, and it needed to happen.
Oh, they're just having commentary. So they often drag their feet on stuff like that. Starting, there's so many different variables here. Starting on the 23rd, at the latest, Chuck Schumer's going to be the speaker, or the leader, the majority leader in the Senate. And Mitch McConnell will be the minority leader. Should we go back and watch a few of the people we were watching? Because this is over now. There's our friend Nicole. Let's shut down Nicole for now. And let's go back in the YouTube feed. What feed am I on here? This is not the YouTube feed. Let me shut this. I'm going to shut this. I'm going to get our YouTube feed back. And we will try, what was this? Yeah, let's go back here. Did C-SPAN end there? Yeah, there's Castro, it looks like. There's Clyburn. Lesko, she's a crazy person. Let's listen to Lesko. Okay, let's listen to Lesko. We'll just go through and listen to the crazies. Here we go.
2 minutes to the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Lesko.
The gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to the resolution. At a time when our country needs unity, it is concerning that my Democratic...
Okay, questions from the chat room. Am I going to watch the Oilers game tonight at 7? I may watch it live and I may watch it on replay. I don't like watching the ads, so I might just delay it, but I'm trying. There's a whole story of me trying to get the NHL package. It's not working. It's not working, and I've been double charged and charged from last year. I did get a $15 refund from last year because the season never finished. But anyway, yes, I hope to watch the Oilers game. If not the Oilers game, then just the highlights later. Rich. Trump released a statement. Where's that statement, Trevor? Are you talking about the statement from earlier or the statement from right now? Because there was a statement from earlier. We looked at that, and it just was, hey, everybody, we want you to be peaceful. But I don't know if he released a statement right now. Let me look for that. It'll come up in my feed very quickly. And did Trump? All right, I think Hope Hicks just left. I think Hope Hicks is out. And Trump. All the news is about Trump being impeached. Yeah, he already released a statement. But that's early. Okay, Trevor says that was earlier. Let's listen to Lesko.
Colleagues have chosen to begin impeachment proceedings against a president with just 7 days left in office. All legal challenges have been exhausted. Congress has certified electors over objections, and Joe Biden...
Fun fact, 232 House of Representative members voted to impeach Trump. 232 is also how many electoral votes he got. So that's fun. Is that fun? That's fun. I like that. That's fun.
will be the next president of the United States. President Trump has indicated he will peacefully transfer power to President-elect Biden next week.
Now?
So why pursue impeachment just 1 week before he leaves office?
Personal responsibility.
I've heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say they have to impeach the president because he is too dangerous to stay in power. Yet
Or
they
to gain
know
power again.
that it is impossible for the Senate to remove him before his term expires. So what is the point?
Barring
This
him from
move
further
sets
office.
a dangerous precedent for our nation. If Congress is going to impeach a president, it must not only be done after intense debate and deliberation, not rushed through in the 11th hour to make a political point. This impeachment attempt is dangerous for our country and has far-reaching implications for our future. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves.
Where's
The
Boebert?
gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield.
Okay, quiet. I just want to watch Boebert, and then I got to get stuff done. Where is she? I wish they weren't wearing masks. They should stop everybody from wearing masks. It's annoying. There's the KKK member. There's Jamie. Oh, here's Matt Gaetz. Let's listen to Matt for, what did he get, like a minute?
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Seems to me that impeachment is an itch that doesn't go away with just one scratch. It also seems that President Trump may be most likely to be impeached.
Matt knows a lot about itches that don't go away.
Before the last presidential impeachment, President Trump rightly pointed out the improper activities of the Biden crime family, and subsequently he's been proven right. And don't think for a moment, Madam Speaker, that we're going to
He has not.
drop that or stop our pursuit for the truth.
Yeah, go
Before
for
that,
it.
we have
You're in the minority, Matt. You're irrelevant, okay? You're completely irrelevant.
the Russia hoax, where you had the president rightly making claims that Hillary Clinton and the DNC were colluding with Russians to disorient our democracy.
Okay, yeah, that is completely false as well. You're basing that off of one intercepted intel communique that cannot be verified, and that communique says this all started after the Democratic National Committee convention in 2016, when everybody was already talking about the Russians hacking into the Democrat. It's just anyway.
How right he turned out to be. And then we have the 2020 presidential election, where the president correctly pointed out
Nestor's got himself an itch that just won't go away, so he's the doctor right now.
unconstitutional behavior, voting irregularities, concerns over tabulations, dead people voting, and now impeachment again. When they go low, we kick them. Eric Holder, former Attorney General under Barack Obama, breaching the Capitol was as low can be. We all denounce it. But who is it that they're kicking? The president, who created soaring highs for our economy, rising wages before the pandemic, 400 miles of wall to stop the caravans, who drew down troops in the Middle East and showed empathy for the forgotten men and women of our country. It's why so many people love him so much, and it's why they're kicking all of us. This president has faced unprecedented hatred and resistance from big media, big tech, and big egos, from congressional leaders on both sides of the aisle. Before the rioters tore through that glass, Speaker Pelosi stood at that rostrum and tore through the president's State of the Union speech, inciting anger, resentment, division. Some believe that truly these true colors are being shown now through this divisive partisan impeachment. The Speaker of the House, I would request an additional 40 seconds.
Go through the speaker, please. The gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, I yield the gentleman additional 40 seconds.
4 seconds or 40 seconds?
Yep, 40 seconds.
45 seconds.
I thank the gentleman. The Speaker said to us just moments ago, words matter. But apparently those words don't matter when they're uttered by Democrats. When the gentlelady from Massachusetts calls for unrest in the streets. When the gentlelady from California brazenly brags that she called for people to get in the faces of those who serve and support the president. I denounce political violence from all ends of the spectrum, but make no mistake, the left in America has incited far more political violence than the right. For months, our cities burned, police stations burned, our businesses were shattered, and they said nothing. Or they cheerled for it, and they fundraised for it, and they allowed it to happen in the greatest country in the world. Now, some have cited the metaphor that the president lit the flame. Well, they lit actual flames, actual fires, and we
Time expired. There will be order in the House. The gentleman from Ohio, do you wish to reserve your time? The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
America has been attacked before, but not like this. On January 6th, Donald Trump incited thousands of radicalized terrorists to attack the Capitol.
All right, hold on. Let's go find Boebert or Bobbert or whatever her name is. Who's that? That's Democrat, I think. Republican, looking for Lorena Bobbitt. Okay. And is that her? Who we got here? Who we got? Oh, that's McCarthy.
We must work together, all of us, given Trump article.
1 minute to the distinguished
That's not her.
Gentleman from Ohio, from Colorado.
Impeachment and denounce the Glory to God. Madam
Serves the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Colorado.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Glory to God. Madam Speaker, I rise today to oppose this impeachment and denounce the recent violence on the Capitol, just as I oppose the previous impeachment and the violence we've all witnessed all summer long across our great country. Make no mistake here, the hypocrisy of the left is on full display. Quote, go to the Hill, get in the face of some Congress people. We've got to fight in Congress, fight in the courts, fight in the streets. Take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him. Take him.
That was a joke from Joe Biden saying what I'd like to do if we were in high school was take him behind the gym. So it's a hypothetical. I don't know that there was a mob at that point in front of Joe Biden in his little circles. He couldn't have anybody there. There's a drive-in with circles that took President Trump behind the gym and beat him up. I don't know if that's intentionally what Joe Biden was trying to do. Glory to God.
Go and take Trump out tonight. Sound familiar? What about the gentlewoman from New York?
That doesn't
who defended
actually.
the looting by saying looters just wanted loaves of bread. Well, the last I checked, Best Buy and Teslas and stores of the like do not produce baked goods. Where's the account?
I don't know who's looting the Teslas. Maybe somebody set a Tesla store on fire, I guess. I don't know.
American people, in this time, we start impeachments that further divide our country. I call bullcrap when I hear the Democrats demanding unity. Sadly, they are only unified in hate.
Fired.
Thank you, I yield.
I now yield 1 distinguished gentlelady.
Okay, that's probably about enough of this right now. Yeah, that's enough broadcasting. We're coming up on 3 hours. I need to loot. I don't want to loot a Tesla. Elon is just turned into an absolute idiot, and I no longer support Tesla. So it's sad. I don't know what I'm going to do with both my Teslas. Somebody want a Tesla? One of them's just a welfare Tesla, the 3, but I got a 5 out there. So if somebody wants, it's a 5. It's an S. Do you know why? Do you know why there is a Tesla X? There was a Tesla S. There's a Tesla 3. And there's a Tesla Y. Do you know why? Those are the 4 models of Teslas. 3 letters and 1 number. I'll show you guys. Show you guys in case you can't see. Here it comes in the chat room. See if anybody gets it. That's why. That's the reason. That's what Elon wanted. I think that's actually very clever. I like it. It's very Prince-esque. It's good. Yep, sexy, Stephanie. Yep. Okay, speaking of sexy, I need to have a nap. I can't believe I just said that. That is so on brand for me. 30333. Text, go to 3033.com. The next model is going to be the Model B. So, okay, maybe we'll come back later in the day. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what's happening today. So now we've just got to wait and see what Nancy decides to do with the articles of impeachment. So we're back on hold. Oh yeah, Trump's going to do his thing. I'll definitely be back later. So once the Trump thing is released, once we figure out what he's going to do again. But right before the election, remember 2 or 3 weeks before the election, he was on Trump on a Monday or Tuesday. He was on Trump. He was on Fox on a Monday or Tuesday and said, hey, Fox and Friends, I'm going to be on you guys every week. And the Fox and Friends were like, we're so pleased to announce President Trump is going to be he's going to be on for an hour every Tuesday or every Monday or whatever it was they said. I forget now. I get 8000S. I like that. I like that a lot. Must be nice to be able to nap in the middle of a weekday. It is. Should try being unemployed. Chris wasn't the first one to say that. Somebody else said that. Marcy? Who said it? Somebody said it. Marcy. Yeah, Marcy came up with 80085 first. It's not Joanna. It's not Chris. It was Marcy who said that. Wait, how did... Oh, okay. Chris just put the S on it. Yeah, so that either way works. But then you'd have to have two Model 0. Maybe you could have a Model O and a Model 0. Okay, speaking of unemployed, I don't think I have time for a nap. Go for a bike ride, producer Joanna, now that your car doesn't work. That's smart. Good thinking. We'll see each other later when Trump does his little video thing, if he does that. I don't know. You never know with Trump. He says he's going to do something and then it just doesn't happen. So we'll see. We will watch his heavily edited video saying that he doesn't want peace. And the right wing will watch it and say that it's a deep fake and that Trump is actually being held captive by Mike Pence. So we will cover that later on today. Here are some closing credits, which I need to update even more now. This is what I'm waiting for. I was like, I know at some point Rick is going to become a producer, so I want to hold off on editing the credits. And this is why, see? It's all part of the grand scheme, guys.
Kevin, thanks for that.